You're live.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order now of the board meeting for December 12th, 2025 of the College of Psychologists and Behaviour Analysts of Ontario. I'd like to begin the meeting with brief land acknowledgement. The College of Psychologists and Behaviour Analysts of Ontario operates on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of many Indigenous communities across Ontario, which continue to be home to Indigenous peoples. The offices are located in Toronto, on land that is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. This territory is covered by Treaty 13. We also recognize that a land acknowledgement such as this is only a part of a long process of reconciliation that we as a profession must undertake with these communities. Thank you. Now, the next item on the agenda is the review and approval of agenda. And I would just like to make a note that I'd like to add an item 7D. That item will be an HR matter. That will be in camera, suggesting 10 minutes for that item. And as a note that's similar to our other in-camera item, the in-cameras are not available to the public. Council will go in camera in accordance with RHPA Schedule 2, Section 7.2D to discuss personnel matters. So, thank you. Any other comments on the agenda? Rachel.
If I may, I would like to add something. I would like to read a statement when we come to 04A for registration modernization consultation results.
We actually don't have in Kesey's Rules of Order a methodology for reading in of personal statements.
Okay.
Okay. However, I would hope that your comments and thoughts on the issues under debate would be brought in during the debate on any matters that are brought up.
Okay, happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Another small note on Kesey's Rules that I should just point out is that unlike the tradition of what we've been doing in the college, it only takes one mover. There's no requirement for a seconder of motions under Kesey, and which is why our minutes have only listed the mover and not the seconder. So I will be moving towards to be in accordance with Kesey's modern parliamentary procedure, which is the one that we typically follow, that we will be only requiring a mover, not a seconder on these motions. David.
I myself, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I also would like to make a formal statement at some point, and I also have several motions that I would like to make around various council issues and in relation to the modernization strategy.
Thank you, David. And similar to the comment I made to Rachel, we don't have a methodology in Kesey for people to have individual statements because that's sort of not the work of the board. However, I would also hope that your comments, you would be able to have them reflected in the debates on the motions that are brought to the council. And I understand that you want to make the motions on some of the items, and I would point out that the agenda does have formal motions in it, in the package. However, Kesey does allow for main motions to be made during a meeting. So that would be allowable for you to bring them up. I would just remind you that a main motion should be on a single issue, and otherwise I would ask for it to be divided. So please do not bring up several motions at one time to be discussed.
That's fine. I just want to know at what point I can bring up these motions. And if you want, I could just tell you specifically the two issues initially that I would like to discuss, because I think they're very relevant for this process.
If I could ask you to raise them during the meeting
Right.
at the
Question is
appropriate times.
for two of these issues, there are no specific proper times. One involves around the council recordings, and then the other one revolves around the process of meetings and proxy voting.
Well, those would likely come under other business, and we can add other business at the end of the meeting. And I could, we have an other business already under 7D. And I could add in other business 7E, which I think you said was council recordings.
Yes.
And 7F, I apologize, I missed what you said there.
Proxy voting.
Proxy voting.
And then 7G would be, I'll just call it process of meetings.
Process of meetings. All right. Are there any objections to these additions to the agenda? I actually might make the renumber some of these and make the council recordings 7D, the proxy voting 7E, process of meetings 7F, and then at the end of it all have the HR matter be 7G. All right. Any other thoughts on our agenda? All right, then. Could I have a motion for the approval of the agenda? Moved by Paul. Call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Sir Cameron, were you opposed or are you in?
No,
was that late in favor? Okay, thank you. All right then. So let's actually, before we move any further, I realize that I should also mention that you may notice here Cameron Ross, and Cameron is our new public member. This is his first council meeting, and I just wanted to welcome you, Cameron, and thank you very much for taking on this role as a public member of our regulatory body. So thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Ian. It's an interesting time to join.
May you live in interesting times. Yes, thank you. All right, moving us on. Update on declarations of conflicts of interest. The conflicts of interest are listed in Appendix A, and we had one change to the conflict of interest from David since then, but but if anybody else has any other conflicts of interest they would want to be making at this time. Okay. Not seeing anything. We can move forward with the review and approval of minutes from the board meeting on September 26th. Those minutes start on page 5 of our package of material. Maggie. Sorry, Maggie, you had your hand up. Is there something, a question? Oh,
the minutes.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. So I just want to see if there are any questions or corrections about the minutes. Anything before we get to that? Okay. Not seeing anything. I'll have a motion for the approval of the minutes. Maggie, all right. Table of motion, all in favor of the approval of the minutes of September 26th? Okay, okay, opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you very much.
Ian,
Yes,
sorry, again,
David.
again, I was hoping to be able to make a statement at the beginning, but I'm not. And I'm not sure exactly how to bring this up, but I do have a point of order around the process of one of the issues that happened at the last meeting that I wasn't involved, that I didn't attend, just around the issue of the whole motion around the modernization and the issue of breaking the motion into parts. So I just want to make sure, again, I'm not sure the appropriate methodology around the board meeting on when this should be brought up, but I just want to make that I do have a point of order. I'm willing to bring it up when we get to that topic later.
Could I ask you to bring it up when we get to that topic on the agenda? Yeah. I think that would really be a part of that discussion of the agenda as opposed to the minutes reflecting what occurred during that meeting. So.
Exactly. I just want to make sure that, you know, there's no procedural issues that's going to disallow me from bringing these issues up.
No, thank you. And you can raise a point of order at any time, then,
okay,
David. So thank you. All right. Next, starting on page 18 of our package, you'll notice the board action list. And that was takes up 2 pages on our material. And if I could ask Tony if you could speak to the review of the board action list at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you to the board. The action list really is a reflection. Sorry, we're getting a bit of feedback here. Here we are. The action list really is a reflection of a significant amount of work that the college staff has completed and is working on, some of which has been for many years. So you see the first action item is actually from 2019. We've made considerable progress. Some items are in process and we'll be talking about today. And we look forward to discussing any of these topics with you and happy to answer any questions, Dr. Nicholson. Over to you.
Okay. Do the board members have any questions about the status and target completion dates for the board action list items? Okay. Not seeing anything. If we could go to the discussion then of item 1E, the board training day evaluation report from September 25th, 2025. That starts on page 20 of our package. And thoughts of the evaluation of the board training day. Any comments? All right. Not seeing any comments, I'll move us on to the board meeting evaluation report from September 26, 2025. That starts on page 25 of our package of materials. Any thoughts about the feedback that we received from the board on the board meeting? You're not hearing anything. I'm going to make an observation based on the material that was provided. And I think one of the challenges that encountered on that day will be encountered today as well is the need to balance allowing people to provide all the information that they want to be able to provide in speaking to motions and allowing that fulsomeness of discussion, as well as the concern from others that discussions are really going on too long, and that some people are sort of dominating discussions or allowing for discussions to be become repetitive as a result. And that is for anyone who chairs meetings, you'll find that that is a common issue when contentious or fulsome discussions occur. And part of my role as your chair is to try to maintain that balance. And it's a really reflection of my capacity to be able to do that in some of the more challenging discussions that we have and will continue to have as a board, and hopefully will continue to have as a board, because that's really why we have a board, is for discussions of difficult issues. So any concerns about that, I think are really, I will own, because I think that's my role. And I will hopefully, I remember something I've learned many years ago is that you have to be able to fail at things and then get up and try to fail better. So I hope this time I will fail better for you. I will not be perfect on this, but I will certainly try to balance things. Now, one small point I'll mention, once again, I've spent a lot of time reviewing the second edition of Kesey's Modern Parliamentary Procedures. And one interesting aspect in there I hadn't noticed until now is that certainly when discussions begin, we everybody should be able to participate in the discussion before people participate again. So everybody should have their capacity for time on the agenda before a person has more time on the agenda. So that is sort of an important part in Kesey that I may not have been following before because I wasn't aware of it, but that certainly is part of the Kesey's Modern Parliamentary Procedure. So I will be doing my best to follow today. So I want to thank you for what you may see as a change in process. Not seeing anything else, I want to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda has a number of sort of standard reports in there from committees, as well as from the board chair, myself as the board chair, and the registrar CEO's report on staff presentations. These are generally standard reports. They are listed in our materials from pages 28 through page 55. Just to remind people, the way a consent agenda works is that if anybody sees anything in there that they want to pull out and that they want to have as a ask questions about or have a discussion about, if there's anything in there that falls into that category, this is the time to raise that. We will pull it from the consent agenda and then add it into the regular agenda. David.
The issue around the jurisprudence and ethics exam, I would like to have more discussion around that.
Okay, so which of the we have the JEE module development update report on item 4D.
I guess this is under the consent agenda item, sub item 11, jurisprudence and ethics exam committee report. I don't know. You said pull it out, so I'm just bringing that up, but I'm fine bringing it around the discussion around 4D if you'd like to discuss it then.
Okay, thank you. Any other items? Not hearing anything, I'll take a motion for the passage of the consent agenda items. Scott? All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Welcome, Jacob. Thank you. I'm glad you're able to make it. Moving us on. We next move into what is discussed on the agenda as legal matter. That's a discussion with our legal counsel. And if we could go in camera for that. Taking us off the YouTube stream, thank you to everyone for your patience on YouTube who's might be watching us live. And we can, we'll just wait for that to occur before we move into having our lawyer come on stream. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Nicholson.
Good morning, Andrew. We're just waiting to go off YouTube here.
Good morning, Dr. Nicholson.
Good morning, Andrew. We're just waiting to go off YouTube here.
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
That was my parallel live stream there with the feedback. Apologies.
Okay, so you're going to go into a breakout room, and that would not be part of the public live stream.
All right. Thank you. Sorry for those watching us on the live stream. There's small procedural error. We just need to go back into camera for one moment and then come back in.
But can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I should mention that the procedural motion was that we actually need to vote to go out of camera, and we hadn't done that. So I want to thank your patience as we made that change. So we've now voted. We're back on the open meeting. And we have next the item consultation results, registration modernization, regulatory amendment requests. That starts on page 56 of our material. And so moving us forward to item 56, page 56, sorry. That's 58 of our material. That we have a motion for consideration, but it's only for consideration. I would be happy to take a motion from the floor on this item. David. Sorry, you're on mute, David.
I just want to confirm what the actual motion is that is for consideration. Because I want to just make sure my comments are appropriate to this issue.
The motion for consideration, as listed on page 58 of our materials, is that the board approve the requested regulatory amendments for presentation to the Ministry of Health and to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner.
Okay, so I would like to actually make a motion to either reconsider or to rescind this motion.
This is not a motion yet, and nobody's made this motion. This is a motion for consideration.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
You'll make the motion. All right, Peter's made this motion. Okay, can we have a discussion of the motion? Paul?
No, it's okay. That's fine. I'll wait.
Okay. Jacob?
Yes, I guess to start off the conversation, we discussed this quite a bit in the last meeting. We discussed this idea, and the only major change is all of the public consultation. I assume everyone's had a chance to read it. And so maybe we should discuss whether it changes our thinking on the motion we passed last time. And I'll start off that conversation. I think we have been given some new information in there about complaints. There's a couple of details in there. I think we're seeing that our members have a lot of objections to this, obviously. And I think we should reconsider. I think we should not be passing this motion that was just put on the floor. And we should be thinking about how to meet the as of right legislation, the as of right bill requirements, excuse me, more targeted instead of this broadly. So I would want to vote against that motion and start the conversation about that.
Thank you. Rachel.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson. I had a statement that I would like to read. I understand that we've been given new information. I think that everything that I have prepared is extremely relevant, and I think will help ground any discussions going forward. But before I begin, I want to make sure that this is the appropriate time to do that.
As if it relates to the motion, yes.
The motion, okay, related to all the public consultation and the feedback.
Correct.
Okay. So I would like to read something that I prepared, and it is lengthy, but please bear with me because this is so important and it's just too important. So first and foremost, the Regulated Health Professions Act states that the role of counsel is to protect the public by ensuring that members of our college provide psychological services in a safe, professional, and ethical manner. This is not a small task. Overall, I support a master's level track to becoming a psychologist. And indeed, this would bring us in line with the Office of the Fairness Commissioner's past criticisms of the college and their recommendations. I believe this would also be equitable for those for whom a PhD is prohibitive or unrealistic. However, I'm strongly opposed to the recommendations that we've made and what's been passed already in its current form. I am most concerned about the 1-year post master's supervision requirement. And I want to be clear, this is not about education level, but this is about the degree of supervision and training that is required to acquire a protected title of psychologist. I want to just frame the conversation and identify a few logical fallacies that permeated some of our past conversations that I would like to steer away from. I'd really appreciate avoiding black and white assumptions. Supporting one idea doesn't mean rejecting its opposite, and criticizing the proposed MA standards doesn't mean criticizing all MA level practitioners or those from a particular province. I've seen my MA level psychological associate colleagues do amazing work. My approach is dialectical. Most answers lie in the middle, and statements about systems or standards should not be read as personal judgments about individuals. That's not what I'm saying. And if you disagree, let's focus on the arguments as opposed to motives or labels. Let's have a discussion grounded in facts. And I want to make something clear from the past meeting. A PhD is not just research. It includes 2 to 3 additional practicum placements that yield an extra 2,000 hours of clinical treatment experience across varied populations. It also means exposure to 6 to 8 supervisors over the course of education and numerous courses, 10 to 15 courses in advanced assessment, diagnostics, psychopharmacology, supervision, specialized intervention, ethics. Again, it's not about years of education. It's about hours and breadth of training. And let's face it, clients are more complex than ever before. And it's not to say that what we've proposed, someone with this new training requirement can't acquire the additional experience, but they wouldn't be required to do this, and we would have wide disparities in knowledge and readiness amongst new practitioners. I also want to think about it another way. If you're somebody in 2026 that wanted to train as a mental health professional, we'd be saying that in 3 years, you can fulfill all the educational requirements to register either as a psychotherapist or a psychologist. And listen, I have great respect for registered psychotherapists and the work they do. Psychologists have a significantly larger scope of practice in Ontario, and they tend to see more complex patients. Not always, but usually. And what we're saying here is that you can get trained in the equivalent amount of time. And from a public safety perspective, this just doesn't make sense. I thought a lot about what I want to emphasize. And the one thing that I keep coming back to is what we're proposing here isn't actually going to increase access to providers. Why? Because what we need is funding, not just an increase in absolute numbers. For example, the Ontario Association of Mental Health Professionals, who are highly in favor of the proposed reforms, wrote in their own press release that it's not just numbers, it's where psychologists work. They're saying that we need more psychologists in public mental health settings. And I can't agree more. I spent 5-6 years working in a hospital and the public health system. But the facts are the psychologists feel undervalued, underpaid, and undermined. And that is why I left, right? We're not funded by OHIPs. So when hospitals have deficits, they're going to cut the salaries of whoever's being paid up there most highly, right? And that's psychologists, and they're the first to go, right? Our roles have been slashed in the public setting, but our wait lists are longer than ever. So if you want more access, we need more funding in the public sector. And you actually see this in other provinces and other professions. OPA has worked drastically to reduce wait times for access to a psychologist. Through the Ask for Help platform, it's on the order of 1 to 2 weeks. And that's only for people who can pay privately. Our numbers are actually adequate. But the wait time in hospitals and public school systems, it's months or years. So do we have a shortage of psychologists or funding? And as noted in the letter that was submitted to us by the directors of clinical training across the province, Ontario has a robust network of regulated mental health professionals, including for psychotherapy, including psychotherapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, nurses, and occupational therapists. What we need more of is practitioners with advanced training in diagnostics, assessing, and treating comorbid, complex, and moderate to severe psychopathology. It's not about accessing the title and the title of psychologist, but we need more advanced training, and we need to help create these practitioners. And I'd just like to also put forward another point why I don't think the reforms are the answer. In Alberta, who we seem to be modeling ourselves after, 49% of adults with a diagnosed mental health disorder reported unmet mental health needs. That's the highest in Canada, even though Alberta has the second largest number of psychologists in Canada. So what exactly would we be achieving? And Quebec, which has maintained the doctoral standard, had the lowest level rating of unmet needs in the country. And it did so by ensuring quality training and financial incentives for psychologists to stay in the public health system. So maybe that indicates that higher standards might actually be key to meeting psychological needs and attracting professional talent. And PEI similarly concluded that psychologist access challenges stem from recruitment and retention barriers, not training standards. And the other thing is that Alberta continues to raise their standards over time, a lot like other provinces. And moreover, if they're the standard to match, why did the Psychologists Association of Alberta sign a letter advocating against these changes, which you can see on page 135 of the package? So who would benefit from these changes? It doesn't seem like it would be the public. It will not address the primary issue of lack of funding. And I didn't even see in the documents any clear arguments for these changes, except that we need more access, which I've just addressed, or that other jurisdictions are doing it. But to me, that's not a good enough rationale. For example, jurisdictions with lower standards often have less infrastructure for education and training. It makes sense that they have to do things differently, right? But we're very different. And we also have an existing College of Psychotherapists in Ontario, whereas Alberta up until recently did not. To date, if you're in Alberta, the only way that you can register for the equivalent of a psychotherapist or a counselor was to pursue aside from occupational therapy and social work, was to pursue the registration pathway through the College of Alberta Psychologists. It's not an apples to apples comparison. We have a very different professional landscape here. And you might say, what's the harm? Try it out. Well, I want to offer a different argument there. The risks of harm in our profession are different, and they are higher for a very specific reason. What happens in the therapy room is not readily observable. So for example, if you're an MD or a surgeon, if you're doing a surgery and it's gone wrong, there's complications and a lack of improvement that we can readily see. Another MD can easily check their work. But in our profession, if there's a misdiagnosis or improper treatment, nobody knows unless there's a major adverse event. Most of the time, clients stop therapy, they won't make a complaint, or they won't even know that harm has been done. And I see this all the time. Our time to dispose of complaints in ICRC will be longer than it already is, and we will not be addressing our risk rating with OFC in that regard. And it's also much more costly when you have misdiagnosis and improper treatment for the healthcare system. And at the end of the day, the risk is that we will be eroding public trust in the profession at our patients, our family, and our friends' expense. What about the free trade agreement and the as of right legislation? Well, I just want to point out in October of this year, ACPRO called for a summit of psychology regulators, educators, and associations to explore models of professional training and chart a path for increased access to appropriate professional training in psychology and increased access to competent and safe psychological services for Canadians. It seems to me that in light of as of right legislation and the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, we have a golden opportunity here and in the country to harmonize our training standards. Why are we rushing into this? And I think we have a clear plan to bring to the OFC, to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. Our training programs are more diverse than ever. It's as high as 2/3 of some of our cohorts in at least 3 of our programs. And directing prospective students to expensive private programs versus funded PhD programs only worsens the equity issue in some respects. And we are also not the only province in the situation in regards to the free trade agreement. So why don't we work together, right? For example, if we really want to tackle equity, we can have incentives for providers to work in northern communities or underserviced areas. We can have bursaries to support applicants or students coming in from underserviced populations. We can have bridging programs for international students. And we can be very thoughtful about how we can incorporate master's level registration. And I think one thing we can do today, right, we could honor the psychological associate route and give temporary registration under our college for people who are working towards this route. Because right now they're currently registering with the College of Registered Psychologists, the College of Registered Psychotherapists of Ontario. So if we were to give them temporary registration with our college, we would increase the number of registrants almost immediately. And there are a whole other bunch of initiatives we can consider. I also don't think that this would be the time to remove the orals. We need to do things one at a time. A high pass rate of the orals is reflective of our high standards, right? It means that our standards are creating competent providers. If we decrease the standards or change them, the pass rate will probably decrease. We can't remove all of the guardrails. And I also have concerns about the JEE, but I won't go into them right here. So the absence of evidence of any harm, as I've said before, is not the same as evidence of no harm. I do think that the risks to the public outweigh any stated benefits here. And listen, I respect the right of anyone here to disagree. And generally, if you feel unsure whether this decision is the right one, please also consider abstaining, because this is just too important. And I know we feel compelled and we have a sense of urgency to solve a crisis and a high risk rating with the OFC here in the short term, but let's not do this at the expense of more problems in the long run. Because what does it say that the overwhelming majority of the surveyed public and college members, and by the way, this includes both PhD and MA level psychologists and psychological associates, what does it say when they're overwhelmingly and strongly opposed to these changes? And what does it say when our most senior respected psychologists and leaders of world-renowned hospitals and institutions are telling us that this is not a good idea. Something seems to be wrong here. The arguments against proceeding are clear and compelling, and we have an obligation to listen. I really appreciate all of you taking the time to listen to me, and thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. David, I did see your hand, but first I need to intervene on something. And I should have done this at the beginning of this discussion coming out of camera as we're moving into this point. And that is that I need to apologize about an error I made at the last meeting. At that meeting, I stated that an individual registered for independent practice with a master's degree in PEI would be called a psychologist. The registrar has since reached out to me to point out that I was in error. An individual registered for independent practice with a master's degree in PEI would be called a psychological associate. I apologize for my error and want to thank their registrar, Dr. Philip Smith, for his graciousness in pointing out this error. So I will get back to our debate. And David, could I ask you to speak next?
Thank you. Rachel, I think you did a wonderful job with your statement, and I do agree with everything you said. I don't think I've ever seen a group of psychologists, agree so much as they have with respect to the public consultation. My comments are more around procedural and the whole there was some discussion at the last meeting regarding breaking the motion regarding modernization into parts, with a discussion of each piece separately and allowing a separate vote on each piece. This request was denied as it was stated that one must vote on the full motion first, and then if voted against, it could be divided into parts. I'd like to argue that this reflects a procedural error reflects a procedural error. And again, I would like to make the motion to reconsider and to rescind that motion, and then to discuss again, to vote separately on each and every requested change in relation to the modernization requirements for joining the college. There's no risk to the public for doing this. This demonstrates that we are considering each and every change separately and are not simply passing an omnibus, big and beautiful motion. The changes are too important and significant to be bulked together. This will show the public that we continue to have meaningful debates and that discussions are being made in a thoughtful and well-balanced manner. Whether this changes the overall outcome is unknown, and that in itself is not my issue. I am making this motion out of my desire to show fairness, balance, and equity in the decision-making process. Personally, I don't understand why there was any resistance to this in the first place, and I've made several inquiries into this. I'd further like to comment on the overall process by which the multitude of changes to registration have been brought to us. In March of 2024, the master's closure report was presented. In December of 2024, it was decided to transition the jurisprudence at the exam to a low-stake, no-fill format. In March of 2025, Council approved a plan to introduce approved programs for both psychology and ABA, including those approved by CPA. In June of 2025, doctoral programs approved by the APA and Psychological Clinical Services Accreditation System were also included for expedited registration. In addition, there was also a change in respect to areas of practice into the health service and industrial organization, which shifts the regulation of practice competency to self-evaluation with no further planning or proposals. In September of 2025, Council was asked to consider additional changes, including approving accredited bodies internationally beyond the USA, the removal of the minimum 4-year work experience for those of the master's degree, as well as the elimination of the oral exams. The public consultation then took place, for which we were discussing now. This reflects a multitude of changes that have been put out to Council very quickly, and I am uncertain if there's been sufficient research into possible ramifications in relation to the public trust and safety towards the public. I worry that we have been rushed into making significant changes, and I'm uncertain why there's such a rush. The cumulative effect of all these changes would in fact situate Ontario as having among the lowest training standards in Canada. I, for one, wonder if members of Council would have voted in the same way that we did. I, for one, do not believe that I would have agreed to many of these recommendations if they were all put in front of me at the same time. To take matters even further, I would also suggest that maybe we pause the process and conduct a systematic review and investigation of these changes and determine the impact of some or all of the changes on the protection of the public, especially given ACPRO's call for a training summit to chart a path to the increased access to appropriate professional training in psychology and increased access to competent and safe psychological services for all Canadians.
Thank you, David. In the midst of all of the information that you provided to us, you suggested a motion.
We did.
I would point out, though, that we cannot have a second motion for discussion while we have a motion being debated at this time. So we can't have two motions under debate at the same time.
Well, technically, according to Kesey, you can rescind a motion in the middle of another motion.
Okay. Could I ask us, I'm just going to pause the meeting briefly to check on this. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And reading from Kesey, it says that to rescind is a special form of main motion in order only when no other main motion is pending. So, since we have a main motion under debate, we can consider the motion to rescind after this motion.
Well, I would argue that I would make a point of order and state that there was a procedural error made with the original motion when the original request was to break the motion into parts, and that was denied.
Thank you for that. And I think I would like you to, when you raise this issue, if you were to make this motion later on, I think that would be a part of the rationale for the that you would want to put forth for the rescinding of that motion at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maggie, you had your hand up before. And we've lost Maggie, unfortunately. All right. So, Olivia.
I would support David in that motion if we get there. I also wanted to speak specifically about the supervised practice requirement amendment that was proposed. So I was looking at the chart that starts on page 70 and sort of looked at the practice requirements across the provinces and territories for both the MA and doctoral levels. And I saw that 4 out of 12 provinces or territories have a 1-year master's practice requirement, which is the proposed amendment in the current motion. 5 of the 12 have at least a 2-year MA practice requirement. 4 out of 12 have a 1-year doctoral practice requirement. And finally, 8 out of 12 have at least a 2-year doctoral practice requirement. So, looking at this all together, it seems like the moving to a 1-year supervised practice only requirement for the master's level might be quite a drastic change, given the other amendments that are being proposed, and also looking at some of the feedback that we've received from the consultation, which sort of spoke to that issue as well. So I'm just wondering, and you know, I don't know if this is something that can be answered today, but something to consider as we continue to vote today. If at least a 2-year practice requirement would align ourselves better to the rest of the country, given the table that was provided here. Thanks.
Thank you, Olivia. Maggie.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. My computer just happened to decide to restart when you called on me, Dr. Nicholson. Thank you for the discussion and all of the points. And I think we have to make sure that we think about all the issues here. This is definitely a very, very, very complex issue that we're contending with. And I guess if I'm want to make sure I'm also not misunderstanding anything, I guess when I think about our legislation and the fact that I think our current legislation just defines the doctoral standard and our CPA accreditation criteria. And I know that we've been working very hard to integrate all the different types of candidates who have different training standards from across the country, internationally. And I think, you know, the issue that we have to make sure that we don't forget is that we've had this issue for a very, very long time. And, you know, the MRA from 2001, you know, these concerns by the OFC. And I really think that talking about these training requirements is a very core issue that we can't forget in this. I mean, the fact that, you know, we're working towards a competency model, you know, there's a lot changing within our profession, but really the fact that we've had these disparate criteria has been made very explicit by the OFC and the ministry. And this really is a call to action for our profession to figure this out. And I think all of this consultation, you know, this is all still growing. We're definitely trying to figure out a model that keeps our high standards for the profession, but at the same time ensures that we're inclusive and accessible. And so I think another point I would also like to make is I work in a university setting, and I'm in a university setting because I love the environment where being, you know, indecisive is not only okay, but we welcome it and we value it. And the more consultation, the better. And you know, the idea of, you know, further discussing issues is a great thing. But having served with the college in my capacity on the registration committee and recognizing what it means to be part of a regulatory body, I've also come to realize that our regulatory body doesn't necessarily have the same privilege. And what that means is our regulatory body has to adjust and be nimble and prepare for all the things that are also coming. And our current criteria are difficult to apply to the candidates that have very different training models. And we also have to anticipate new applicants who are going to be coming very shortly from new programs in Ontario. And given that the number and types of programs are also increasing, our college needs to be ready with very concrete and operational training standards that help define what a competent psychologist is relative to different models of training, including psychotherapists. And so I just kind of pose these issues and questions that I have that I hope we don't end up having a stalemate where our profession defaults to just staying with, you know, things the way exactly the way they are, you know, asking for further consultation and, you know, not committing to any change at all. And unfortunately, if, you know, staying with the status quo is always the easiest, but I do think we should think about what changes we are prepared to make, and also respecting and valuing and trusting that the people, you know, who are trying to adjust to this and accommodate all the different requirements and needs being asked of us, that, you know, we also try to support that effort. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson. I guess I have a couple of comments. One is that I'm concerned about not doing something today. I feel like it's really important that we do move forward with some action today. I realize there needs to be discussion. We need to think about, you know, how do we do some of the things that are part of the proposed motion. I did have a number of prepared comments, and I'm concerned about, or I'm just mindful of the time. And so I'll try to maybe paraphrase or simplify some of the things that I want to say. But as others have, really adequately and really well expressed, it's really complicated, and it's not an easy thing to solve. And I think whatever we come up with today, there'll be further discussion needed after this point. I did want to say a few things. One is that, in September, I had made a comment briefly when the motion was put forward about how we need to make decisions based on data. And there's a lot of really helpful information. There's so much information given. It took a long time to go through, and I really, genuinely tried to be really in depth in terms of processing and thinking about it. And I have given it a lot of thought. Our profession is one that we really try to be science-based and use research to guide our practice and our decision making. But as I went through the materials, there was a lot of back and forth about how many years of experience is needed. And for example, with the MA registration, I think that's one of the kind of hot points in terms of what's embedded in the motion in terms of, discussion and feedback that was given. The challenge for me is how do we make that decision based on research or data? And, I read really carefully all the comments that were made from the academic. There's a lot of input given from the academic folks who, are strongly supporting the research base. And I didn't see any data that said, what is the number of years of experience needed to be competent? Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? And as others have said here, I think Olivia had mentioned, there's quite variability across the country. Like we don't have a national standard. And so why is that? And what is that? What are the implications of that? Is that we don't really have a strong research base to that. We use years of experience as a proxy for competency. And so shouldn't our discussion be more about competency standards and how we implement that as opposed to years of experience? Because years of experience, isn't it intuitive that it's variable? Some people take more time or need more time than other people. So it's very hard to land on what is the exact amount of time needed. It's likely different for everybody. So I feel quite stuck. And, I agree with everyone. Good training, mentoring, active learning strategies, and good supervision with a reflective supervisee, that's going to lead to growth. More is better. But we don't have any clarity about, well, how much of that do you need before you're okay to work with clients? And I think that's a real crux of the dilemma thing that we're wrestling with here and how you decide. I'm not sure because there's no research or data to support that. So I think that's a challenge. I've worked with very skilled, talented master's level practitioners, and I highly respect them. I go to them over consultation over many doctoral people. And I worry about this discussion and all the feedback that's been received. What is the message that we're sending to them? I worry about that piece of it because I think they're very valued, important practitioners in our college. So that's some comments in terms of adding to this discussion. I don't know that others have focused on that piece of it as much. I worry that we've been quite inflexible as a profession in our professional training. I think Rachel had mentioned in Quebec, and I saw that in the materials as well. They were, I don't know what the right word is, creative, flexible. They pivoted on, including PsyD. And I've been trained in the Boulder model, and I adhere strongly to the scientist practitioner, but I work a lot with students. And I see many students say, I don't want to do research when I'm done. I want to be a clinician. And yet we're putting that to all of our all our trainees that we're putting through the system. And it doesn't seem like that's the right touch for resources, time, money, and to those individuals. There's been most of the regulatory colleges across the country, regulate MA level practitioners. We haven't moved forward with any accreditation standards for masters. That's why we're having this heated debate and why all this controversy is happening in the province, because we don't have clear standards. Why hasn't that moved forward? We've had this issue for 20 plus years and nothing's happened. And so I worry that we don't move forward with something saying we need more consultation, but it's been going on for many, many years. And I worry that we are just going to push the ball down the road and it's going to be the same thing. We have to do something concrete or constructive today. So the one thing I'll say just in short closing is that, our role is to regulate and to protect the public. And as I was dissecting and processing all the material that we received, I think that's one of the things that we haven't thought about in terms of the motion. What are the things that we need to put in there to ensure that we protect, or that we, going back to the data, that we assess and monitor the impact of our decisions today. And so I feel strongly that we need to have that discussion. We need to think about that, and that we make that front and center in what we're doing, that whatever decisions we make, that we have a process in place to assess and monitor and track that. For that reason, I think, things like the oral exam would be important to retain, because it does give us some ability to kind of monitor whatever changes we do today in terms of protection to the public. And we have some baseline data with how, it has worked. I know there may be an issue with the oral exam because it's kind of batched on a semi-annual basis, and so that may slow flow. But we do it virtually, and I think there's real capacity to do that in a more streamlined way. Does it have to be every 6 months? Couldn't it be bi-monthly or quarterly, because we do it in a virtual format? So I think some of that creative thinking would be really important to think about as we move forward with some possible options related to the motion today. But I do want to emphasize that I think it's important we do something today, that we don't just push it down the road, that we make some concrete decisions. So thank you for this time, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. Ken. Sorry, you're on mute, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start first by thanking Rachel. Those were very compelling and respectfully put comments, and I appreciate hearing those in that manner. Unfortunately, I think I've heard far too many of them delivered in a less effective manner, but just thank you to you for that. I'm a public member. I've been on the board for just over a year, just barely a year and a half. Since I got into the position, I've heard this issue being discussed and debated, and I've been told by senior psychologists and others on the board that this has been around for 10 or 15 years. And eventually was going to come to roost. And based on that, I think my position, I think, is the status quo is not working right now. And to leave the meeting today, in my view, as a public member, it's not going to work. It doesn't work for me, and I'm not sure, to be quite honest, that it works for the people of Ontario. We've all raised the specter of public safety and how we're going to be hurting the members of the public. Well, there's another view to that too, and the view is that if we don't have availability of treatment, then we're also hurting the members of the public. I get completely the scope of practice and what certain people can do and can't do in the course of diagnosing people. And I will confess that I want there to be strong public safety measures in place for that. I think at the last meeting, I proposed that we initiate I don't know if I would call it a probationary period or 1 or 2 year period, where we address some of the concerns that people have raised about the potential or likelihood, I'm not sure what position, of increased complaints. I can tell you now, if I'm not mistaken, our college has one of the highest levels of complaints in the province. So, we're not starting from a very good baseline to begin with. That said, I also get the apprehension around allowing new individuals in and having some concerns about their competency. I would assume I'm going to take a default position like I would for any new psychologist entering the profession or any other new member, that there is a baseline competency there that people have. And if they don't have that baseline competency, then we deal with it. And just in that respect, I want to say those that are talking about public safety and those that are listening in and talking about public safety, there isn't anybody listening in or watching this or in any organization or practice that has more of a interest in protecting members of the public than the people around this table. I've sat in a dozen or so ICRC meetings and some discipline proceedings, and I'll tell you that everybody at this table and everybody listening wants to protect the integrity of the profession. And we will all do that. If this proposal goes forward, that's not going to become less of a priority. In fact, it's going to become more from my perspective. I'm going to want to be sure that we're exercising the proper public protection mechanisms. So I'm going to end on that because there's others that will have much more to say than I do on this, but I just want to thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ken. Peter.
Yeah, I'm also sensitive to the time going by, and I do hope that we get to, at some point soon, call the question. I don't think there's enough time for everybody to say everything that they would want to, and I think a straightforward vote would allow us all to speak in the way that we need to speak about this. I too have read the feedback, of course, extensively, and I have to say that the truth is, some of it is keeping in mind, I think, public safety. Some of it is, to my mind, very clearly about guild interests, which is as we would expect it to be. And some of it is argumentation from what I consider elitism. We have inherited this problem, as others have said. Canadian psychology, let me put this in air quotes, has met again and again and again and continued to be super hypocritical on this topic. That we allow master's licensed folks in some places, we don't in others, only under certain asterisks. I think it's time for us to move away from that. And I think there is a tremendous virtue in voting on this motion and doing it as a package. I think that's a strong possible signal. I think it'll set Ontario on a new path. And I do think that it will provide us with more psychologists who will serve the public. So in closing, I'd like to see us get to voting soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, I saw that your hand is up, but I will, in following the rules of order, as I mentioned before, I'll pause you until others have had the opportunity to speak. Conrad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicholson. Rachel, thank you very much for your statement. I am in agreement with that. In the interest of time, I won't reiterate those concerns. Fred, I do share your concerns about the amount of participation from members. We want to make sure that we are hearing registrants, and just a quick look at the numbers. It is approximately 33% of our registrants under the college that have participated in the public consultation. It's quite clear to me the issues are much more complex than a yes or a no and an omnibus motion. I presented those concerns in September, and I continue to have those concerns, and even more so having reviewed the information from the consultation. The potential risks significantly outweigh the potential benefits from my view. And I think the questions that we should be asking right now, in line with what Ken was saying, is what can be changed and what can and should be remaining. How are we going to assess some of those changes prior to implementing potential next steps of changes? So I absolutely agree that there are opportunities for modernization. I think we just have to be very deliberate and cautious about hitting it all with a hammer.
Thank you, Conrad. Keva.
Thank you. I'll just keep it really short. I wanted to say that I recognize that we have to deal with the motion we have at hand first, but I do think it would be valuable to be able to consider the 4 parts of that motion individually, particularly the standard of practice one, also supporting what others have said about perhaps not reducing it by 75%. It seems a little bit drastic to me. So that's it. I'll keep it at that, and thank you.
Thank you. Glenn.
Hello, I will keep my comments short. Throughout our proceedings, I see no purpose in reiterating what others have said, so I won't. I will only say that I do agree with many of Rachel's comments. And I can't help but I'd rather keep things positive, but I've got to remind us that as well as elitism and guild protection, a portion of the responses were, quite frankly, inflammatory, included overwhelming misinformation, alarmism, and frankly, prejudice. That makes me rather torn in making comments because as a psychological associate or master's level practitioner, I've been involved in the college as a member of council on and off for about 18 years. Yes, this thing's been going on forever. It needs to move forward. I look forward when I don't have to be on the college council because I'm getting fed up of it. It's becoming tedious and repetitious. And while I absolutely respect my colleagues' sincere, thoughtful, and reasoned comments, I can't help but be affected by the negativism addressed to people like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Marianne.
I appreciate everyone's comments. To keep it brief, in thinking about moving forward, I have suggestions as well as then a process question. So when I read removal of the 4-year work experience required, it's work experience. That is different than supervised and evaluated practice. And one of my questions is, when we say we would remove this, could we then, in looking at point number 1, registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree, identify what's needed in that graduate degree? So does this, to be more specific in terms of addressing the concerns that have been brought up, and if we were to approve all of this, can we include specific, will the college retain control over what is required for registration? We have very few master's degrees granting opportunities for terminal master's degrees in the province. And would this move us forward in identifying what we would want to see in terms of qualifications, such as, what was mentioned by Fred, in terms of the types of qualities and experience and requirements and competency-based requirements that we would want to see. So I see when we roll these things together, we remove work experience, but we are looking at increasing the range of programs and what we would want to see in those graduate programs for registration. Would we maintain, as we do with the registration committee, be very clear about what we're expecting? So that would include a minimum number of hours well beyond the 1,500 hours, which again is, I would say, very different than 4-year work experience is very different than evaluated clinical supervision. When we talk about the elimination of the oral exam, would that mean we're removing the oral exam? However, we could include, in terms of competency-based criteria, simulated scenario-based assessments, development of treatment plans, short answer or written responses to allow a candidate to demonstrate competency. So those are some of my thoughts based on having reviewed the feedback and based also on my experience in various settings. And that leads me to the question, can we be specific in what we would want to see if this bill were to be approved the way that it's written?
Before I move us forward, I just have a follow-up question to your question, Marianne, which is specific. You raised a number of different points there, and I'm hoping you can maybe rephrase the question as to what you would want to be specific about.
So in terms of changes? Or,
yes.
Okay, so
the areas of the changes. I mean, what would be not the, would this, would it be like, I don't want to get into a debate at this point about, 1,500 versus 1,600 hours or something like that, but more what the areas of changes that you were looking at.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's specifically looking at the track changes document where there were suggestions to changes in the wording. So Red, could it be indicated that the college would indicate specific requirements for registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree? And then the college would retain the ability to identify those requirements.
Lasha, perhaps I could ask you to respond to that question. Yeah, you're off mute, but we can't hear you. You may not be close enough to a microphone. Sorry, that microphone may not be attached.
Sorry, folks. Lasha said the answer is yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I just add then? So when we say the elimination of the oral examination, the college would still be able to retain the right to evaluate and put in place other measures to facilitate registration as a psychologist. So a candidate would have to demonstrate.
Lasha's nodding her head yes.
Okay.
We could set up other measures.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a moment, Tony. I want to check on, are there any other members of council who have not yet had the opportunity to speak, who would like to take the opportunity to speak now? Cameron.
Thanks very much, Dr. Nicholson. I recognize that I'm new to this board and new to this discussion. In a way, that could be refreshing. I don't know. I've noticed that there is a desire to take some kind of action today. And I've noted that if we don't, as a council, take some kind of action today, there could be repercussions. Could take time for those repercussions to manifest themselves. But nonetheless, there seems to be a very positive desire amongst all of the cautionary comments to do something practical and achievable today. I really appreciated some of the remarks that were made. Olivia came up with the notion that the supervisory practice period could be changed to something that's similar to a lot of other jurisdictions and could be acceptable in ours. Fred made the comment that the number of years is of supervised practice could in some way be arbitrary because people's skills and ability differ. And what some people could do in 1 year might compare to what others might do in 4. So it's not an absolute standard. But I really like the direction that Marion is going in with practical approaches to the 4 points. And if it would be useful procedurally to address each of the 4 points and actually come up with something to deal with the vacuum that's left if you just take the action in the point itself. And what I'm looking at here is, something like removal of the 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree. If you just take that point at its face value, it leaves a vacuum if you just do what it says. But if you replace it with something more practical and more amenable that protects standards to a reasonable degree, then you're going to be achieving something today, and also at the same time taking into account the very real concerns of so many of the commentators today. So I guess it's pointing towards a point-by-point analysis of the things that we wish to take on. For example, the second one, I haven't heard any discussion about number 2. And if number 2 about other accreditation, accrediting bodies internationally, if that is less contentious, then maybe that's a point that can be approved today. If some of the other points are more contentious, then maybe instead of just taking them at their face value and approving them, we come up with something to replace them with that's practical and achievable. And that way, by the end of today's session, we could have a more consensual agreement about the way ahead and actually provide something to the ministry. I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you, Cameron. Is there anybody else who hasn't spoken yet who would like to make a comment? All right, thank you. Rachel, and if I could ask you to try to limit your comments to new information that you haven't presented to us earlier.
Absolutely, thank you. I promise I will be much more brief. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Welcome. I could not agree more with what you said about item 2. I just want to address specific things that have been said. So Mr. Moreau and Dr. Beeling, I disagree. We have providers ready to go. It was another matter during COVID. It's not that we don't have enough numbers. I believe it's more of a matter of fact that people just can't pay for it out of pocket, or they don't have extended health benefits. The second thing, I know this has been an issue that we've been working through many, many years. The landscape has recently changed because of as of right, and that's new, and that's a big part of why this has come to a bit of a boiling point. I just want to point out, I don't think it's our job to harmonize standards across the country. And I don't think we can just look at other jurisdictions because they're different and they don't have the same training infrastructure. And I guess one other thing I want to say, I think Dr. Toplak raised some issues around this. So this is my understanding. One of the biggest things that OFC took issue with us is that we tried to close the master's level registration. Am I correct in that?
That was one of them.
That was one of them. So if we were open to retaining that 4-year work experience psychological associate class for now, and we agree on number 2, does that not satisfy OFC and address one of the biggest complaints that got here in the first place?
I'm not sure that the Office of the Fairness Commissioner has sort of ranked their concerns in terms of biggest to smallest, in terms of biggest complaints versus smallest complaints. It is a complaint that they have noted on for a number of years that we have had not previously dealt with.
Yeah, long-standing. Maybe that's a better way of saying it.
No.
So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. David, and once again, if I could ask you to limit your comments to so as not to be reiterating previous comments, but new comments.
I'll keep it brief. Someone brought up the point about having access to treatment, not enough providers. I'd just like to say we have the College of Psychotherapists as well, which has a huge number of members, which allows access to treatment for individuals. So that's one thing. Someone brought up the point about kind of years of practice versus competency. I agree, years of practice in itself doesn't make someone competent, but years of practice probably is highly correlated with seeing different numbers of patients and issues that that need to be treated and dealt with. So I do think years of practice still is an important benchmark. The other thing is, with respect to, the 4 items for these changes, for example, elimination of oral exams, there's nothing being discussed about what there should be in place. So just getting rid of something without having another, and I think Marion might have brought this up, having other things in place is an issue for me. So we also have to take it, these 4 things that are being voted on with respect to all the other changes that have been made, including the jurisprudence exam, going from a high stakes to low stakes process. So we have to look at this not just as these 4 changes, but with respect to all the other changes that have been made in the last year or 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, could I ask you to limit your comments to
Very
new information?
So very quickly, I've gotten rid of the whole idea of money as a solution to this problem because it's not coming. So at least not that we're aware of. But I do fully agree with Cameron that I can see some kind of an ability to build a consensus, at least something that we can move forward with on this. So I fully support it. I don't know the process, Mr. Chair, how we go about doing this in terms of motions and procedures, but I see a meeting of minds somewhere here, maybe if it's even 70-30 on some of the stuff. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ken. I have pulled up during our conversation here the risk factors associated with regulators and elevated risk categories, which is the Ontario College of what at the time was Psychologists of Ontario, from the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. They identified 3 risk factors. Organizational capacity, which includes the pattern of appeals taken to the Health Professions Appeal Review Board, or HPARB. The ability to promote inclusion under the historical underrepresentation of racialized members in the PhD registration class. And 3rd, addressing labor market shortages. So those are the 3 risk factors identified by the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. Issues to be addressed in the action plan from this college to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner, which would then be reported back to the Ministry of Health. Consider opportunities to develop more flexible approaches to assess and register internationally trained psychologists. Continue to systematically review the contents of HPARB decisions and the college's responses to them. So those were I would like Council to keep those in mind if they are wanting to, want to keep in mind the concerns raised by the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. All right. Any other comments from anyone? Not hearing anything, I will then call the question. We have a motion that the board approve the requested regulatory amendments for presentation to the Ministry of Health and to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. All in favor? Keep your hands up, please. Odessa, please let me know when you're done counting.
Apologies, Ian. Could you please repeat that?
Yes. That the board approve the requested regulatory amendments for presentation to the Ministry of Health and to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner.
And to be clear, that would be with no changes, no amendments, no individual review
That is correct.
of them. This
That
all
is
4
just
simultaneously.
all 4. We have made a request for the 4, and we have put out that into the public consultation. We've received feedback. We've reviewed that feedback. We've discussed it. Does the motion approve the requested amendments for their presentation in the Ministry of Health and the Office of the Fairness Commissioner?
So I'm sorry to be repetitive, but does that still allow the college room to identify what are registration requirements based on a graduate degree? So to my previous question, that is where I think Tony and Odessa said yes. The college then retains the ability to identify what those registration requirements are.
Tony, this is a question being asked specifically to staff. Could I ask you to reply?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and to the group. The approved programs process is what really provides the flexibility. So approved programs by the board. What constitutes an approved program? Whether or not you meet standardized criteria. What are the standardized criteria? Well, Doctors Beeling and Toplak helped create them. They were in the attachment in the September briefing note, and those can evolve. So those can be updated over time because they're not fixed in the regulation. The way that our regulation is written currently, and I wish that we got a little bit more feedback on the psych associate, it's very dense and complicated. So the way that we're changing the regulation is board approved or council approved programs. And then you folks have the authority, just like the College of Nurses of Ontario, just like the College of Alberta Psychologists, when they came to do education for you folks, you will be able to make changes without making regulatory changes because it's within that purview. The second area, Marianne or Dr. Bower, that I think would be relevant is even if the oral examination line of the regulation is removed, you can still have either the oral exam or other exams under the EPPP or other assessments of competence. So you can add, and we could be really creative with OSCEs and all kinds of different things, even if we remove the oral examination from the regulation itself. Does that help answer your question, Dr. Bower?
Yes, and that's my understanding. So we're trying to increase the restrictions that we have as a college in identifying what we would want to see to be able to allow individuals to demonstrate their competency in various areas and to do the work as a member of the college.
That's correct. So it allows for you to have some flexibility in terms of how you assess competency. Absolutely. It also provides opportunity for you as a board. You might find that an institution wants to create an international bridging program. Well, currently, the way the regulation is written, it's not very clear that we provide for those. You would be able to approve if it met your requirements. You have the ability to approve whether or not that works. International joint programs that may or may not be eligible for CPA, APA, or PSAS accreditation. There may be innovative models, and I know some Canadian institutions are already looking at this internationally. They might not meet clean sort of criteria for accreditation, but very well might meet our need and might very well meet the requirements. And the last area is with respect to accepting programs that won't be accredited. So you currently have in your province the Adler Graduate Institution, which is graduating both masters and PsyDs, and they are not eligible for accreditation. So that does create a bit of a tiered system around the schools. Happy to answer any more questions, Dr. Nicholson.
Certainly, Tony, just that last comment. Are you saying that those individuals currently from Adler would not be available and would not be able to get registered in Ontario?
So let me clarify, and thank you for that, Dr. Nicholson. Yes, of course, they would be potentially eligible. Of course, their application would be reviewed. But part of what we're trying to move towards and feedback that you folks had received from Deanna Williams and Harry Caton is trying to look at programs of study and trying to approve programs of study for educational requirements as opposed to sending to registration committee, reviewing the credentials of each applicant. If let's just say we didn't have this process, now we've got CPA, APA, and PSAS programs that are going to be approved. So the educational requirement, if you graduated from there, is going to be pre-approved. That's not the case for Adler. So each individual applicant would need to be potentially referred or reviewed in more detail. So it doesn't exclude, and a very important point that you mentioned, Dr. Nicholson, there is no requirement that one has to graduate from an accredited program in this province. And in fact, many of our clinical neuropsychologists have degrees in empirical behavioral neuroscience and many prestigious folks. So really important to note that it's not like now you cannot get registered without accreditation anyway. Thanks, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. There was that question that was raised during calling the vote on the motion. I want to check, Fred, you have your hand up. Is that another question?
Yeah, it is a question, Dr. Nicholson. I apologize if this is too much repetition, but I'm still wanting to be really certain on what I'm voting on. And I understand from Dr. DeBono some of those other points, because we're doing this all together. And I think one of the key things that this group has been debating or discussing is the point about the MA level, the number of years of experience. And while I brought the earlier point up about, experience versus competence, if we vote to go forward with this motion, is there flexibility with the college to adjust or adapt what that should be after? Because I think that's a key piece that we've been really debating, the feedback from the community. For example, if we didn't want to do just 1 year, but let's say 2 years, say you had a 3,000 hours of experience prior to, as opposed to, changing the 4, is that still possible? Or do we have to vote down this motion in order to look at that individual piece for that? Because I think that's a key piece. So I see Dr. DeBono's come back on. I don't know if he has a response to this, but I really, it would be helpful for me to know that in terms of my vote.
Tony, could I ask you to respond? My understanding is that if the change is made in regulation, we would have that would not be possible. But if it was made in our policy and procedures, then that would be we'd be able to make that change afterwards.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nicholson. I think it's important, Dr. Schmidt, that you do have this clarity, because when you make a regulatory change, it requires circulation to the membership for 60 days under the RHPA. There are a number of parameters to that. So if you remove the 4-year work experience, but there is not a request to add, let's just say, an additional year of supervised practice for certain applicants, you could do it in the future, but just like if you paused and stopped everything, it would require that process to start again. So you may want to think about, is that the right amount? So, you might say, okay, the work experience that's not evaluated by the college is not something that we think adds so much value. I recommend you look at the Northwest Territories Association letter on this matter. But you might say that an additional year of supervised practice, and looking at, I think it's Exhibit 6 of the additional information, many jurisdictions have 2 years. That might be a decision that you want to make. If you do, I would probably recommend, Dr. Nicholson, that that's a conversation you have now, as opposed to sending off the package and then thinking about that after. Probably most prudent to do that now. Thanks.
All right. Does that answer your question?
I guess I'm a little fuzzy about how this all plays out. And so if my sense of the group is that there is some interest in having that discussion about what is the right number, that just having 1 year may not be enough. And if we do want that, what's the process based on what we vote here in terms of how that gets considered?
Tony, could you please address what the process would be in that situation?
Yeah, and thank you for this, Dr. Schmidt. I think you'd probably want to make sure that you're very clear, because once you break up the vote, there's also a chance that you just decide, I'm not going to do anything. And, there are pros and cons to that, and you may choose. So you probably want to have that conversation and be clear before you make the decision, we're just going to break up the vote. So if it's clear that, it's 3,000 hours is the number, that might be something to consider. I see your hands up, Dr. Kaiserman, but there are many different roads to Rome here. So I don't think that it's going to necessarily be one solution. You just want to be clear and transparent on the decision you're making.
All right. Thank you. Jacob.
It seems that many people are confused about what would happen if we didn't break this into pieces. I am not sure I see any reason not to break it into pieces. We can, like Tony said, we'll vote on each one individually. Maybe some will pass, maybe some won't. But I'm still unclear as to why we didn't just follow Conrad's suggestion last time and break it into pieces, and especially with David noticing the procedural error that was made. And that should have been taken into account. If we just do that, then everyone's concerns can get addressed and discussed. I genuinely don't understand why we're not just doing that.
Okay. Glenn. Well, I'll just say the reason we're not doing that at this moment in time is because I have someone raised a motion and we are debating that motion. So,
agreed.
Glenn.
In order to break it into pieces, then we would have to vote against the motion.
Correct.
I understand now, although it was fuzzy in spite of explanations. So I will vote against the motion.
Okay, well, when I call the vote, thank you. David.
Again, I want to make a point of order that when the original motion was made to break it apart, there should have been a vote on that first, according to the procedure. I just want to bring it out there and have that on the public record.
Thank you. All right, then. I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, and that the motion is that the board approve the requested regulatory amendments for presentation to the Minister of Health and the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. I'm going to ask people to keep their hands up so that we can get a clear vote on this. All right, until I move us to the next potential answer for the response on this. All in favor?
Could I ask a question?
Not at this time. We're in the middle of the vote. Okay. Odessa, do you have the count?
Yes, I have 6 in favor.
All right. All opposed? Okay.
Yep, I have 12 against.
Okay. Abstentions?
Kiva, are you abstaining? Sorry, I counted you as against.
Yeah, I put my hand up for against.
So there's 1 abstention.
It's still up for abstention, though.
I don't know why the virtual hand is up. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call that one again to make sure we have the vote. Abstentions? All right, thank you. Motion defeated. I'm noticing our time, and I am going to suggest that we take 30 minutes for lunch and come back to the meeting, and I will consider other motions at that time. So, thank you. So, see you again at 12:21. Thank you, Odessa. All right, I have 12:30. Odessa, if you could put us back on. I have a request from Odessa that in any future virtual votes that we raise our physical hand and not rely on the hand for voting. That's it takes a while to come down. It causes confusion, and just raising your physical hand would be easier for her. So thank you. All right, moving us on. I'll start us back up at 12:31. And is there another motion on this topic, Conrad?
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of accrediting bodies internationally beyond USA.
Thank you. If we can have a discussion of that motion, and I would ask people to refrain, if possible, from repeating points they may have made in earlier discussions. Jacob.
Yeah, this is number 2 in that list of 4, if I'm not mistaken, right? That Conrad has chosen to start with? Okay. I wonder if we could have some, because we've just got a regulation idea here. We don't have any policies specifically tied to it. I wonder if any idea in practice what this actually looks like to have these. And I'm wondering if maybe the motion's on the table, we're going to vote one way or the other, but maybe we should be seeing what the policy looks like in addition to the regulation. I just want to put that on the table. Does staff already have an idea of how this would look in practice? Based on what other people have done with the College of Nurses, for example. I know we've gotten some training in it, but I would like to see what that looks like before we vote.
I would just make the point that many of these items that we'll be discussing about will take a while before their operationalization, and there will be information brought back to the council on how the details on how these are to be implemented. But actually, I have a question from Jacob, so I'm going to ask Lasha, and then before I see your hand, I do see your hand up, David. And if I could ask if people could use the virtual hand for the debates, it's the votes that we need the physical hand. So thank you. Lasha, could I ask you to respond to that?
Sure. And maybe just a clarification for me, when you say policy, for which particular item?
It's the council approval of accrediting bodies internationally beyond the USA, such as the United Kingdom or Australia.
Right. So no, so we haven't drafted any guidelines or policy on that yet. That would be something that we would be working with the registration committee, for example, and bringing to the board in the future whenever a policy was drafted.
Do I still
Thank
have the
you.
floor to
Yes,
for back and
please.
forth here, Ian? Great. I guess I'm also thinking procedurally, when we've had changes like this, have we had some sort of clearer specifics of the proposal before we voted on it? Or have we all, I know we've relied on sort of the specifics and the objectives and all the details of it being hammered out later. But I recall having a little bit more information than just a line about what the plan is for things like this in the past. Maybe I'm mistaken, but Lasha, is there something you've done before where you've kind of come up with a broad outline of the plan before getting into the specifics after it's been voted on?
I'm not sure if I could readily think of an example. I mean, I suppose I could point to our jurisprudence and ethics modernization plan in which we put forth, it started with a proposal to exec, then moved to the board, and we had a few sort of stages in the process that were outlined. We also had our ABA module to look at as well. We had some examples to provide to both exec and the board. That was, approximately about a year ago when we looked at that. So that might be one example, Jacob.
Yeah, okay, great. I know we've got a motion on the table, but whatever happens with this motion, I would like to propose that we get some more. And in fact, I don't want to repeat myself, Ian, but I'd like this for all four of the things, for a specific just overview the way we've done in the past. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jacob. David.
Thank you. Okay, I guess I have two points I'd like to make. One is I'm trying to get a sense of what is the process by which international individuals go through get licensed now by us. So that's my first question. And then the other thing is, I guess I have a problem with the wording of the motion. I don't think it's about council approving the accrediting bodies. I think it's council to have the staff look at the process by which we can accredit bodies international, because I don't think we should agree to accredit international bodies without knowing how that's going to be done practically,
Okay.
And how the process is going to be done on a regular basis from the college.
David, sorry to interrupt. You're really sort of talking about two separate things here. So could we go through them sequentially?
Yes.
And the first point you made, I'm not sure which one you want to go with first.
Let's go with what's the current process.
Okay. Lasha, could you respond to that?
Yeah, for sure. And just a reminder to everybody on council that information is publicly available. So you can take a closer look at it if you'd like. It's on our website. But so for psychology, you have to apply with either a master's or a PhD level degree in psychology. We have specific for either route, psychological associate or psychologist specific non-exemptable academic requirements, and those are itemized in the registration guidelines. And so those are looked at on an individual basis, so case-by-case basis, of course, because they're not from a CPA accredited program, for example. And those decisions are made on a case-by-case basis. And where there's doubt that someone's either their PhD or their master's degree doesn't meet those requirements, then it's referred on to the college's registration committee for a more in-depth review, and the applicant has the opportunity to provide any additional information. If they're accepted for registration, meaning that they do meet the minimum academic requirements, then they could proceed to either being on supervised practice or being an eligible candidate, and go through the various stages of the registration process that we have outlined right now. Yeah, and if you've got any specific questions about that, I'm happy to answer that.
I guess my question is, if council approves it, what's going to change?
Lasha, would you be able to respond to that? If we did decide to approve international accrediting bodies, how would that change the process that you just described?
Well, it would be similar in a way. not exactly, but similar in a way to how we would view accredited programs here from Canada, in that it would be a more streamlined process. It wouldn't require that individualized review. It could be approved faster because we would have that sort of accreditation information already about the contents of the program, the training aspects of the program. So it would streamline that application and initial registration process for the international applicant.
Now, David, you had a second comment, and I have to admit, just from the comment that you made, it sounded more like you wanted to make an amendment to the proposal, the motion.
I guess because, again, and thank you, Lisha. That's very good information you provided. I do have concerns about approving this, like that council approves accrediting bodies when we don't know the process by which this will be done, by the resources it would take by the college to continue to monitor these, because an individual could get a degree. There's many pathways to get a degree in psychology, and it's that much harder to monitor these things if we're going to take an international approach. So I have very significant concerns about the college resources to be able to maintain and follow this on a regular basis.
Thank you. Marianne.
Just in response to the question about what would this look like, I believe that in June, the council approved APA and PCAS. I'm not sure what PCAS stands for, as accrediting bodies. So I assume there would be a similar process. It would come to council, and the rationale for approving those bodies, such as their standards are similar, or every program that they approve requires X, Y, and Z nature of courses, meets our distribution requirements. Is that correct? Because I do remember going through that process.
Lash is nodding her head, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, and again, I sitting on the registration committee, it is helpful. It is extremely time consuming to go through individual information for individual registrants who are not from one of these, and well worth it. But when someone is from an accredited program, it's extremely helpful because we know that they meet certain criteria, just like the programs here in Canada would meet the criteria that when they've been accredited by CPA.
Thank you. Conrad.
I'd just like to clarify or potentially amend the motion, Dr. Nicholson. I don't know if now is the time or in terms of process and procedure, but to include that it is to explore the approval of the accreditation bodies and a process in which to do so, as to include as well regular monitoring.
Could you repeat that for Odessa to make sure she has that down?
Yeah, so for the exploration of approval or a process of approval of accreditation bodies, international accreditation bodies beyond USA, including a process of regular monitoring the accreditation, the international accreditation.
Sorry, Conrad, could you repeat that again one more time? Thank you.
Tested my memory. To approve a process or to explore a process of approval of international accreditation bodies beyond USA, including a process of regular evaluation of the accreditation bodies.
All right, thank you. Cameron.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I view this motion as an enabling motion. And I think what we're doing, and I think it's implicit in the motion itself, that it's granting council approval of accrediting bodies internationally. We're basically giving ourselves permission to do this. And what follows from that are the details of the process. So I essentially agree with each of the previous speakers, but for the purposes of passing the motion, I think that this is enabling ourselves to do something that we want to do.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Jacob?
I know I spoke earlier, but this is completely different. I want to just fully support Conrad's amendment. I know we're going to vote on it with that kind of clarification in place. And I know we've talked about this before, about streamlining the onerous work of our staff for registration. Having to check in the same place over and over and over again has not been an efficient system. It also delays things for very well-trained international applicants. And so I support the way it's worded with Conrad without reservation.
Thank you. David?
Okay, I agree with Conrad's amendment as well. I just did want to make one point about the difference between CPA, APA, and international. Right now, at least is my understanding that CPA and APA do site visits to the universities and do have regular follow-ups as a third-party organization. They're doing that. With international, there is no, at least is my understanding, there's no international system of monitoring programs, and that's going to then leave it to the college to have to do all the work.
Tony?
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you, Dr. Kurzman. Not quite correct. We're really looking to explore globally how psychology is practiced. And the UK in particular happens to be one of our major feeders internationally, but it's about investigating those accreditation systems themselves. So the United Kingdom has its own system and checks and balances. Before we create operational policies, we don't have the bandwidth for that. So you want us to operationalize something we haven't received strategic approval for. So the cart is coming before the horse. So we could work for a year like we've done now for you to say, and now we don't want to do this. So we have to be very mindful of that, where you can't have the staff operationalize something that you haven't approved in principle strategically yet. In terms of, us going to the UK and having to accredit groups, no. So we would be looking at the British Psychological Society, we would be looking at the Professional Standards Authority in the United Kingdom and doing our research. But that's stage one. If we really want to deal with things like being a choice location for newcomers to come to Ontario and work and practice from around the world, we can't just be thinking about Europe. We can't just be thinking about Australia. We need to get creative, but we need some permissions first. This is one of the areas of criticism that this college has received, that international applicants are turned away at a high level, and it makes it very difficult for them to practice their profession, and there are a number of outcomes to that. Happy to answer any other questions, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. Ken, and then Marion.
Very quickly, maybe I should be more of a micromanager on this, but I'm not, and I would defer to the college to essentially come up with whatever they need. If there's issues of resources around that, then maybe we can discuss that further at a later date, but I'm quite comfortable on this motion and as Cameron said, using it as an enabling motion to get the ball rolling on at least the principles of things of where we stand, and then let the college do their job.
Thank you. Marianne?
Yeah, I'm concerned that if we say explore the approval of accrediting bodies, that we're not moving forward. So the CPA is approved under the Ontario regulation, and this simply says that the college can look at other bodies, and it would then come to council for our final review. So, for example, if there is an accrediting body in India, and the concern is, do they do site visits or not? We would look at whether or not they do site visits. and we would look at the requirements that they have in place. So I don't think we have to do the site visits. So yes, CPA does site visits, APA does, and that's part of their accreditation process. So we would want to look at other bodies to make sure that they also follow an accreditation process that we're comfortable with, including the range of courses and supervised practice and practicum and so on. So that's how I see it. So I'm in favor of the way that this is written, because I think that gives the college the ability to make those decisions and approvals or not approve.
All right. Thank you, Marianne. Conrad, I want to take it back to you. The first motion was to give council the capacity to approve international accrediting bodies. And then you've since amended that technically, that you change it that the college would explore the process of approval international accrediting bodies beyond the United States. And sorry, let me pull this up here. Including a process of regular evaluation of these accrediting bodies. It's been pointed out that this first one really was an enabling legislation. It did not bind the college, but it would have to approve it, but it would allow them to approve international accrediting bodies. I just want to make sure that your stance on which motion we are going to be voting on.
Yeah, so it was not intended to be a blanket approval of accrediting bodies, rather that for direction for the college and college staff to present a process for the approval, to allocate their resources to present that process of international accrediting bodies and to bring that information back to council.
All right. All right. All right. And okay, I'll call the question. Now, just using physical hands, all in favor of this motion. Please keep your hands up while we get the count.
Yep, I got 18 votes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. All right. Is there another motion? Ken?
I'm not sure if this is procedurally right, but I'm looking to move forward. So I'm wondering if we proceed to the first motion with respect to registration. But I don't know process. I'm ready to move forward on each of these.
Okay. So the first one is registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree from council-approved programs, including programs with accreditation by college-approved accrediting bodies. All right. Sorry, just want to confirm. Ken, that's your motion? All right. Jacob.
Yes, I want to just double check again because we're talking about enabling things again. So I would need it to be worded a little bit differently to follow through with this. In the same ways we talked about before, that the college explore a process of registration of psychologists or psychological associates, because we do have two registration categories right now, based on a graduate degree from council-approved programs, including programs with accreditation by college-approved accrediting bodies. So I would like to propose an amendment to that motion.
All right. Ken, is that a friendly amendment?
Well, it's friendly because of who it's coming from, but I'm not sure it addresses the need for some immediate action. It sounds like it's more, well, let's think about this, whereas I read the original motion as let's get to it. I'm open to views as to whether I thought the original motion would certainly send a message of immediate progress by defining exactly what we're doing and with who.
Okay, maybe I can ask Tony this question just to clarify things. I see some of their hands are up. Tony, if we were to go with the idea of explore registration based on these things, and then at a subsequent meeting we were to approve it, would that mean we'd have to send it back out for, because it's regulatory change, would that need to go back out to for consultation?
Perhaps. I mean, we'll have to get legal counsel on this, but what you're saying is also that there's the psychological associate category that's going to remain. It's very important from a regulatory perspective that you give us clear instructions, because there's a very large section on psychological associate. So that's unclear to us as the staff right now.
Tony, tell me a little bit more about what you mean by that. Sorry, because that was my amendment. I'm not sure I understand why adding that in creates a lot of confusion.
Yes, so there's actually two classes of certification, right, of certificate with the college, and they're highlighted very differently in the regulation for the registration regulation. So is what you're saying is we would keep the psychological associate certificate. There's a whole section on that. So are you saying, Dr. Kaiserman, we're just going to keep that as is? All the redlining that's been done?
I mean, we haven't voted to remove it fully, have we?
This is the question, right? Is you're saying you want to move forward with council-approved programs with psychological associates. That is a slight variation from what's presented.
That's right.
Thanks.
Yeah. I guess it would depend on what we decide about that category, right? And we haven't fully made that decision. In the meantime, when we haven't made that decision, we have a motion in front of us that we need to consider. And I don't think we can consider it if it's only narrowed to psychologists, right? We're beholden to all of our members at the moment.
No, but the idea was that all psychology practitioners would be psychologists, like in other parts of the country.
Oh, I recognize that, but we haven't agreed on that yet. So I don't know how we could put it in a motion.
I think that would be part of this motion. That's implied in this motion.
Then definitely it can't be in there if it's implied in a motion that we haven't agreed on.
Well, that would be
So
the
maybe you
portion
should
of
just
this.
say
This would be the agreement part of it.
Let me say is a more difficult thing. Registration, take out as a psychologist. Registration, we should explore registration based on graduate degrees. I'd be okay with that amendment as well. But I don't want this motion to create that change by default.
Okay. Thank you. Ken, your view on that?
So I think that, with all due respect, waters down exactly what we're trying to achieve. The language to me is very clear about registration as a psychologist.
Right.
And we've sent that out. We've heard very, very, very many views on it, but I still support the original one as drafted, but of course, subject to council's
So
views.
it's not a friendly amendment, is what you're saying, Ken.
Friendly guy, not a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right. Cameron.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm worried that changes to regulation have the notice period, and that by using language like process, we're not going to get where we need to get, because it should be implicit in the way we operate as a college that the process follows the enabling of the process, and that the actual motion has to give that green light to staff to begin the process. And just to allay any concerns of other board members in this regard, staff is also implicit in this is that staff comes back for the approval of the actual rules that fall from this. And so I'm in agreement with Ken on this. If we don't have clear action verbs here, we're not going to get to where we need to be in terms of regulatory change. We will in effect be kicking it down the road. So I think if we want to get to real action, we've got to avoid things like process and just trust our own staff and our own college to conduct process appropriately.
Rachel and then David.
I have two separate things. So the first thing is this discussion about wording a moot point. I mean, effectively, if this goes through, we move on to the next steps, and there's still going to be a loop that's happening. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So either way, there's an iterative process that will be happening here. My question concerns more about what's actually involved. So I just want to understand what this looks like. So if we're looking at accrediting bodies, I understand that we're relying on them to do the accreditation. If there was a program, a private program that wasn't covered by license, if it wasn't, sorry, it's been a day. If it wasn't approved by CPA, the onus would be on the college to determine whether the program meets criteria for approval. I'm just wondering what that process involves, especially on an ongoing basis, because CPA does site visits, right? There's a lot of manpower that goes into that. And so that's my biggest concern about how to be able to do that on an ongoing basis, even though the higher level rationale does make a ton of sense.
And that goes to the point raised earlier that many of the things we're talking about we can vote on them today, but they won't happen tomorrow. They will take a long period of time for the operationalization to occur, including the policy and procedures, and council will be involved in those steps. So you're right, that may or may not be. We haven't yet seen that. This allows the college to move forward to work on that and then present it back to us. The flip side is, the interesting alternate argument that I sometimes hear in these sorts of situations is, well, I don't know what this is going to look like, so I can't vote on it yet, which would mean that the college would put a lot of resources into voting on things without the college ever saying, hey, that's a good idea, we should look into that. This is really about the college saying, we should be looking into this and come back to us with how this could be done. But it's almost an agreement that this is something we need to be, the college needs to be looking at, and then come back to us for us to be reviewing before it's operationalized. David.
Well, Ian, I think you just said exactly what I'm thinking. Why can't the motion be that the staff should look into this, come up with proposals, and then we vote on it? Why are we giving a blanket okay and then having to look at the process? I don't like the idea of voting for something without knowing what I'm actually voting for.
Yeah. Thank you. Marianne.
So I guess this goes back to my earlier question and concern about, could there, if the college has the ability to approve registration from various pathways, is that included? So I like the way it's written, and what I might add is and with an approved period of supervised practice. So not work experience, but supervised practice. So a big, not the only difference, but a big difference in PhD versus MA programs, and based on the feedback that we've received, is that additional period of training, quality training and supervision. That is part of the difference between MA and PhD programs. So registration as a psychologist, so no more psych associates, based on a graduate degree from college approved programs, which the college would have control over, and would take the time to review and bring to council, that include an approved period of supervised practice to address the concern about removing the 4-year work experience. And that period of supervised practice might be based on the approved on a program. There might be 3-year master's programs. There might be PsyD programs who don't have all the hours that we would expect. So this would give us the leeway. But I think my understanding is, if we say look at that is really not helpful in terms of legislation. And from a self-governing perspective, this is what I think we want to do. We want to be able to govern this.
So Marian, are you suggesting a friendly amendment to Ken's original amendment?
Yes.
All right. And that friendly amendment is?
With an approved period of supervised practice.
Ken?
I don't have any fundamental objections. I guess my question is whether or not this allows the college to recognize the person might have practiced somewhere for 15 years, and now they're applying to us and we're telling them, well, you know, you're in the new process, so you're going to have to go through 6 months or another year or 2 years of supervised practice. I think that would not be seen as fair, but I stand to be corrected.
Tony, could you comment on Ken's particular question there?
I'm happy to, Dr. Nicholson. Thank you. And thank you for the question, Ken. I don't think so. Like, I don't know, Marian, if that was your intention there. I think the idea here is that there would be programs that would be pre-approved. The supervised practice piece, I think what Dr. Boer is talking about is currently it's at 1 year, but I think what you're saying, Dr. Boer, for masters, it would be an additional year. So there would be 2 years of supervision. So it's approved programs, but is it the additional year of supervision? Is that?
Well, potentially, and I guess that's part of the question. Do we have to today decide whether it's 1,500 or 3,000 hours? So part of it would depend on, is it, do we see that it's adequate? Because some programs have practica and other programs have internships. And the focus and the nature of the practica and the internship might be different. But if there's good evidence that those periods have been fully supervised by a member of the college, or if it's in another country, and evaluated and say that program is approved, then we would have some assurances. And if not, then we would want to be able to have some say in that. So if there's a new program that comes up tomorrow, it might be private, we might be able to say, actually there's not enough evidence that either in the coursework or in the practicum or in the internship, there's someone who's been supervising and evaluating the work.
Yes, you would have full ability to do so. I mean,
yeah, the college would have the full ability, and the registration committee would have the ability to do so when that registrant is not from an approved program. And the onus would be on the applicant to say, here's what I've done, here is information from my previous supervisors to demonstrate my competence.
Absolutely. And to Ken's point earlier around folks who might be international or practicing and otherwise, it's a bit of a question mark, Ken. It's on a case-by-case basis around determining equivalence or substantial equivalence. But I will say that opening up this perspective in terms of not being so attached to, when you look at the psych-associate category right now, each bullet point that has to be met for you to be successfully registered, this will take away a lot of that. So it will streamline it to make it a little bit easier, hopefully a little bit less painful for international applicants.
And if I remember correctly, part of the rationale behind this was that there are programs that are not accreditable by CPA and yet would routinely meet our standards on graduates, and we're forcing them to go through the more lengthier process. This would allow the college the capacity to be able to approve those programs irrespective of the accreditation process, to allow those candidates to be fast-tracked onto the registration process, similarly to the CPA accredited programs. Now, I'm going to put in a request to our members here. We have our chat open, and we have some members of the council discussing items on chat as opposed to in the full forum. And I would ask that not occur and instead occur during the full forum. So Scott, I see your hand up. I've got a couple of other people ahead of you. Fred, I'll ask you to go next.
Yeah, I'll make my comment quick. Thank you. I think we're getting too much down into the weeds. I think we've been reassured that when we approve this emotion, it's going to come back, and we're already discussing, anticipating what's going to happen. And wait till that happens. Let's move this forward. Let's make some action happen, and then we'll talk about this when it comes back. But we trust our college staff. They're going to do a good job on this, and we'll get the info and we'll make a good decision later. Let's get it started.
Thank you. Ken, I'm going to skip over to Scott because you've spoken already on this issue. Scott.
Thank you, Ian. I look at all these items and motions we'll be discussing, all being enabling motions, as Cameron has mentioned. You're basically giving staff direction to go off, take a look at doing what can be done, what are the guidelines, what is the process, everything else. They're going to all this is going to come back, and we're all going to have another chance to look at it and see what is workable and what we're comfortable with. All we'll be doing in the next hour or so going through these motions is to enable staff to get the ball rolling. There's going to be things that are going to come back that we're going to say, no, we don't think that's quite right. We like you to do this. But if we try to hash that all out before we get there, we're never going to get there. And I can tell you now, I lived this for over 20 years. We would give staff at the township direction to come back with a report to us that would indicate the pros and cons and the strengths and weaknesses of doing something different. So you can't. So some of the comments and concerns, they are all important to the conversation. I just don't think this is the time or place for that conversation, because we're presupposing what's coming back. So Ken, that was kind of your comment. So I think the motion that was put forward before, vote on that, move forward, get on to the next thing, because I have confidence in the staff to bring us back all the necessary information for us to make the final decision. Today, the decision is simply enabling staff to go ahead and look into something for us. Thank you, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. Ken.
I just want to be clear, because I don't want to misunderstand this. We're providing direction. Are we providing direction to say, make this happen? Or are we providing direction to say, go off and tell us if this can happen? My understanding was it was the former, given the period that we've had of consultation. So I wouldn't mind clarification from someone who knows better than I.
Tony, could you comment on that?
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you, Ken. Yes, this is the decision, right? So the decision around, are we going to take that piece of the regulation and bring it to the ministry, right? So the way that your regulation is written right now, psychologist section, psych associate section, very dense. It's essentially going to make it much more streamlined, similar to some of the other registration regulations, but you're making that decision today. So you're going to be saying like, yes, we're okay with making that as part of the submission to the ministry to have approved programs.
Very clear. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. Jacob.
Sorry, just to clarify Tony's point a little bit further, what we're approving today, like he and Ken said, is that this be go in front of the minister, but the details of how we approve programs and how we review that won't go to the minister. That's going to come back to us as council to decide on the specific policies and procedures. Staff will write them, they'll create them with all the hard work they put in, and genuinely much appreciated. And then we'll review and approve or disapprove or send you back for more work. Am I correct in that framing, Tony, as well?
Dr. Nicholson, I'm happy to.
Please.
Yes. Yes. So what you would be approving today would be for us to request the amendment to the law, the registration reg. In September, Drs. Toplak and Beeling provided you folks a prototype of the standardized criteria based on the Mutual Recognition Act and other documents. But the beauty of having it at the board level is that it could evolve. So if you want to tweak it, you want to make changes, if in our conversations with the academic community, it seems like we need to up in a particular area, it allows us to be nimble. It also allows for, to Ian's point, programs that might not be eligible for accreditation for particular reasons, but are still meeting the requirements for registration. will they have a pathway to be able to do so? And it'll also potentially open up pathways for different programs, like master's programs, for example, where there is quite a bit of a shortage of terminal professional development masters. Over to you, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. Cameron.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Given Tony's explanation, I think that it would be prudent to pass number 1 as a motion as written. And then with respect to other comments about the 2-year time frame, to consider that under number 3 as a separate motion.
Thank you. Rachel.
Thank you. I just want to point out and just clarify what I think is implicit in here is that we are going to be giving same title to somebody with a master's level psychology versus doctoral level. Like, we are also making a decision about people having the same titles within this item. Am I understanding this correctly?
Tony, could you comment on that?
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson. Thanks, Dr. Wee. Yes. And in part, again, these all sort of align. So part of the issue that we have in Ontario is that if I'm an Ontario resident and I graduate with my master's and I go through the process in Ontario, it'll take me the 4 years of work experience, the 1 year supervised practice, and then I call myself a psych associate. If I have the privilege to be able to just uproot and leave and then come back, I'm now a psychologist using the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. The psych associate category is one of these categories that is more complex in terms of management. This is about streamlining one title.
Because in response to that, I think everybody should be aware that APA and I think possibly CPA, I don't know all the details, but aren't they moving towards having separate titles for each of these categories? Like, we're actually going to be moving ourselves potentially away from the climate around us, right? And I just want to make sure we're being very thoughtful about that.
Tony?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Wayne. I mean, I think it depends on who our comparators are. Are we only Eurocentric and North American centric, right? So psychologists around the world and people who practice psychology don't necessarily have the American Boulder model, scientist practitioner model approach. So yes, it's true that in the United States, doctoral psychologists or psychologists, they have their own set of legislation. Between the states, there's quite a bit of variability. Within Canada, we have our own history, one that we're very proud of. And folks like Jean Pettifer and others who started as master's psychologists. We've had master's psychologists in this country for a very, very long time. So our context is a little bit different. Do we want to make sure that we're clear in terms of transparency and representation? Absolutely. But in terms of this title issue, it's important for the public to know there is a lot of professional interest in this. So it is a very controversial topic from a professional perspective because doctoral folks don't want non-doctoral folks to necessarily be called psychologists. Thanks, Dr. Nicholson.
Can I just say, yeah, I just want to say to that, I understand it's contentious. I just, for me, and maybe for other people, how I feel about this item is impacted by what we do with item 3. So I don't know how to vote on this prior to discussing item 3.
Well, this is the current motion at the present time, and I can understand your situation, but at the present time, this is the motion that we have before us. Jacob.
I know my first, very friendlily from Ken, my first amendment didn't go through, and I understand why. But I think it's become clear from this discussion that this motion is actually 2 motions. This motion is to do board approved, to empower us to approve individual programs, which I am all for. It is also to combine the titles of psychologist and psychological associate and to remove the distinction. And that has become clear from this conversation. So I think we need to split those 2 things up.
Ken, what is your perspective on that?
So my objective And I'll confess, I don't have the information or the knowledge about the competencies and the various categories. My big picture, I guess, approach is, and I'm going back to the simplicity aspect of it. I like the way it reads. I understand that what it's going to do is take the word psychologist and apply it broadly. It doesn't change the fact that there is a psychologist, doctor. There are just other psychologists. So, again, I'm open for debate. I still like the original motion, but if council decides they want to do something much more specific, I favor the current motion as it's written to move forward.
Thank you. David.
So I agree with Jacob that this is actually two motions, and they're very, very important motions. Getting rid of the psych-associate class is a big issue, and I think it should be voted on separately. The other thing that I want to bring up, I did bring it up before, is with the whole as of right and the CFTA, the goal is, at least my understanding, is to ensure that people or individuals or professionals have the ability to come into Ontario to practice. But there isn't, in fact, no rule around the titles. So there really is a clear pathway for people from other provinces to come in to Ontario and still practice, doing their work with a master's at the psychological associate level. So again, one thing I brought up is, do we actually have a written legal opinion on the keeping people at the psych associate class from other provinces, even though they practice as a psychologist in the other province, that goes against as of right and CFTA?
And I think what we do not have a specific legal opinion for that specific question. Thank you. Scott.
We have a motion put forward by Ken. I think we clearly understand now what the impact of supporting that motion will or will not do. Call the vote on this one. If you want to split it, defeat the main motion, and then you can say, we'll go back and do it. We'll split it up. Because we've had the conversation about what that motion actually means. And so if there's enough of you here that don't feel comfortable with the blanket or keeping it as it is, then you can either vote yay or nay. And if this main motion is defeated, then you can come back and split it up and say, okay, we're okay with this, but not okay with that. Right now, you can't do that. Once stand to be corrected, a motion has been put forward, there's been discussion, I would say call the vote.
So are you moving to close debate?
I haven't heard anything different. The point has been made, what this motion actually means, what the consequences of supporting this motion are when it comes to psychologists and psych associates. What will happen if we say yes to this? Rachel has spoken eloquently about that. This is what it means. If the majority of council is comfortable with that, the college, it goes forward as is. If not, and it's defeated, then you can come back and have a further discussion on how you want to split this up. But right now, I would say call the vote.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I understand the rationale behind what you're saying. I just want to be clear. Are you making a motion to close debate?
Yes.
All right. That motion then is a special motion, and it is a non-debatable motion, and a non-amendable motion. So I will call the vote on that question. Do we have, so the vote is to close debate. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. Okay. Thank you. Opposed? Odessa, what are the numbers that we have on that?
I have 3 people opposed to the motion to close the debate, and the rest are in favor of.
And the total number of in favor?
That would be 15.
Okay. So according to the Kesey's Modern Parliamentary Procedure, that would mean that we have a 2/3 majority voting to close debate. So we will be closing debate. So we will move on to the motion. Odessa, could you remind us what the motion is? That the motion approve registration. Okay, the motion that the board approve registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree from board approved programs, including programs with accreditation from college approved accrediting bodies. That's the motion that we have in front of us. So for that motion, all in favor? Please keep your hands up.
I have 15 people in favor of.
Right. Opposed?
Thank you. 3 people opposed.
Motion carried. David.
I'd like to make a point of order that there was a motion made to split this into 2 parts. And according to Kesey's, there should have been a vote on that.
I did not hear a motion. I heard people talk about it, but I did not hear a formal motion made on that.
I guess we'll have to ask Jacob if that was actually a formal motion or not.
I didn't say it, but I mean, this is just a procedural detail.
Right. Was it implied?
No, I was trying to open a conversation about it. So,
because I took it as an implication. Otherwise, I would have made the formal motion.
Yeah. I'm not pleased with the, anyway.
I think Ian, as chair, I think it goes to you to determine the proper procedure, given that there might have been a misunderstanding regarding the process.
All right, given the time, can I suggest a 10-minute break? We'll come back and I will I'll respond to that. Thank you. As people are logging back in, I would actually ask the staff. We still have a number of things we have to talk about after the discussion of these motions today, and some of them are procedural and require updates today, and require us to make decisions today. Some of them may be information items that can be provided to council in other manners. Some of them may be items that can be where decisions can be paused until the next meeting. So I would ask staff to go through the items that are remaining on our agenda after this point to make the determination about what has to be done today versus what can be shared in other means for information items versus what can be versus what has to be done today versus paused left for the next meeting. So the David had the question. He was concerned. He thought a motion had been made to divide this motion into two. That would be a point of order, or that I did not hear such a motion, and Jacob had indicated he hadn't made such a motion. David, your perspective was that if you had misunderstood what was happening and that was unclear, and you would have made a formal motion if that were the case. That really is. I apologize for your lack of clarity on that, David. However, it's my opinion that that the council understood what was being voted on, that there were 2 points in there. A motion can have 2 different points in it, and that we can, and that is permissible. My sense was that the council recognized that and voted accordingly. The having made that decision, however, I do recognize that you do have the right to make a motion to rescind if you want to have that occur as well. So I've got a couple of people with their hands up, Ken and Glenn.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair. I understand David's position on it. I do not think the vote would change, but that's to be seen. That said, I appreciate that it may be a question of principle for some of the people. Whether we proceed with that vote or not is not less important to me, but their perspective on principle is not lost. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Glenn and then Jacob.
There was a statement about claiming someone could see an implication. Well, I understand the terms, but really, if we all were to be gifted in order to know what people were intending, the debate would be quite different. I would also note and agree with the chair that the call to call the question by implication takes precedence over a call to split the vote. So I think we've already made the decision and should proceed.
Jacob?
Yes, my only concern, my big concern, is that we really didn't have a chance for everyone to really discuss this implication. And this implication is something that our members were really, really strongly talking about. And I think we need to be having this discussion in council, in public, rather than voting on something like that by implication. It's really seems in our in the public interest, in the interest of transparency with our members, to debate this properly. With that being said, I would like to make a motion to reinstate the psychological associate category into our, yes, to reinstate the psychological associate category.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion on the floor. Rachel, would you like to speak to that motion?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where this goes. I think, yes. So I think that when we're talking about title distinctions, sorry, I'm losing my voice a little. We're talking about title distinctions. There are some distinct pros and cons with respect to benefits and risks to the public associated with this that are different from the discussion that we've already had. I think it's important to put all of those things on the table. And I'm just concerned that, you know, I didn't realize this was even being asked of us until the point was raised. And so I'm just wondering if other people here feel the same way, because there are distinct issues around this that deserve to be debated. And so my recommendation and suggestion is that I support Jacob's motion. And I think that we don't necessarily have to have that full debate today. We have a lengthy agenda and lots of things on here. I think we could keep things as they are on this specific issue with psych associates and return to it at another time and have a more fulsome discussion about it. Thank you.
All right, so are you asking to have Jacob withdraw that motion?
I'm not.
All right then, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. David.
Sorry, I know we now have a new motion on the table, but I would also like to rescind the previous motion that was just
that
made.
is, thank you for that. I will let me just check something here. We already have a motion on the table. Could I ask you to, if you want to make that motion, wait until after we voted on this motion?
I'm willing to put his motion ahead of mine and withdraw mine for the moment.
Okay. So I have a motion to withdraw the motion, and it has the support of the mover of that motion. Therefore, so you have made a call to withdraw that motion. There is no debate on that. So I will take a show of hands on the motion to withdraw the motion. All in favor? Please hold your hands up for the vote. I don't see Olivia anywhere. Yeah, there you are. Sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Keep your hands up, please.
I'm not clear on the
Mr. Chair.
The motion is Jacob has made a motion. David has indicated he wants to put another motion in. Jacob has said he wants to, in deference to David, he wants to withdraw his motion. And the motion is to, Jacob, could you repeat the original motion that we're rescinding? Withdrawing, I should say.
To reinstate the psychological associate category.
All right, so we have the motion to reinstate psychological associate category. Jacob has withdrawn that motion, but since it was a motion being debated, we need to have a vote to withdraw that motion.
Thank you.
All right, so we've called the question on that motion. Once again, I will ask people who are in favor of withdrawing the motion to raise their hands and keep them up while Odessa makes the head
I'm
count.
sorry, could you just repeat again which motion that we're withdrawing?
Jacob, could I
Right.
ask you to repeat that motion?
We're withdrawing the motion, and I will put it back on the table if this in a future plate. But for the moment, I'm withdrawing my motion that we reinstate the psych associate categorization.
Okay, so once again, could people please put up their hands and keep them up? Those against withdrawal of the motion, please put up your hands. Motion carried. The motion is withdrawn. David, you wanted to make a motion to rescind.
I would like to make a motion to rescind the, I don't even know what the actual wording for the motion is, but the item 1 from the proposal.
Right. I'll take debate on the motion to rescind.
I guess I could start by just saying the reason I'm doing that is because I think it should be split into separate motions and debated vigorously as separate issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take other comments on this debate. Peter.
Owing to the fact that I think we legitimately already voted previously, and I know we have our rules of order, but I also have the sense that they require a lot of good faith in order to work. So I want to call this question as rapidly as possible.
So are you moving to close debate on this question?
Thanks for cueing me. I'm moving to close debate on this motion.
Okay, all in favor of closing debate on this question, raise their hands.
Sorry, I'm confused. My computer froze. I don't know what we're voting on.
We're moving to close debate on the motion to rescind the motion to registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree from council approved programs, including programs with accreditation by college approved accrediting bodies. So we have a motion to rescind that. We're now voting to close that debate. All keep your hands up, folks. Okay. All against that, the motion to close debate. Okay, please keep your hands up while we vote. Okay. All right, motion to close debate is carried. All right, so now I will call the question on the motion to rescind the motion that registration as a psychologist based on a graduate degree from council approved programs, including programs with accreditation by college approved accrediting bodies, be that we rescind that motion. Call the question. All in favor of rescinding that motion? Okay. All in favor of all against, voting against the motion to rescind the motion. All right. Motion defeated. Sorry, abstentions. That's an abstention, Glenn?
It indicates I'm lost, so abstaining is the only possible vote for me.
All right, thank you. I apologize. I recognize there is a certain degree of complexity in terms of what we're doing here. So thank you for that. Motion defeated. Jacob.
I would like to start that conversation then. I'd like to make a motion to reinstate the psychological associate category that we seem to have incidentally removed. You don't need to add that piece into the motion, of course, just to reinstate the category. I think we saw a lot of information. I know we've
Okay,
talked about
before,
this.
I'm sorry, I just want to be,
sorry.
I'm
Let's
sorry,
clarify
in
the
these
motion
sorts of
first.
matters. Yeah, sorry, the motion is to
To
reinstate
reinstate the
cycle.
category of psychological associate as it was before the vote that we just carried.
Thank you. Now, Jacob, as the mover of the motion, you have the right to make the first comment on that.
Absolutely. This hasn't been debated vigorously today with all the public feedback. I think it needs to be. I think we have talked about this previously. I'm very aware that this is a conversation that's been happening for decades about whether to have this category, whether or not, but we went very, very quickly as a council from advocating for a doctoral level standard to now saying that not only will we not have that, we're going to give master's levels clinicians with less training the same title. Now, again, we can debate whether this is a good idea or not, and that's what I want to do. I think that's a really, really important thing to think about. My first thought is just that the public is already confused about the definitions of a lot of these terms that begin with psych, psychotherapist, psychassociate, psychiatrist, psychologist. And if we combine different types of training and experience and supervision levels into one category, we are only confusing them further, is my concern here. That is the beginning of the conversation. I'm hoping people are willing to speak to both sides of this as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. So we have a motion for debate on the floor. Glenn, are you wanting to make comment? Sorry, you're on mute, Glenn. I apologize.
When I went shopping for my Christmas, if you don't mind me using that term, turkey, at Walmart, I noticed the Walmart greeters, and I felt that psychological associate reminded me of that term. It's a really ridiculous term. And yes, it's been debated for 20 years. I will hardly surprise anybody when I would be glad to be rid of the term by any means possible.
All right. Thank you. Ken.
I take the perspective of somebody that's on the street, on the sidewalk. And I differ a bit from my colleague that there's a lot of confusion and there's various titles. I think this actually clarifies it. Anybody that I talk to knows what a psychologist is. A psychologist is a psychologist. It's a person that helps you. The differentiation, of course, is some psychologists have doctorate degrees. But I do believe that if we're looking at this from a public perspective and what the public sees, the classification made easier through the amendment or through the motion will make it a little clearer for the public. Thank you.
Okay. Jacob, I know you want to speak again, but before you do, I want to see if there's anybody else who hasn't spoken to this motion yet who wants to speak. David.
I disagree with you, Ken. I think that the term psychological associate versus psychologist does say something to the public. I think right now, if everybody's lumped together as psychologist, it makes more confusion around people, especially, with the titles. There is a difference between the training and experiences of people with PhDs versus masters. And I think the public needs to be able to differentiate people's accreditations.
Glenn, I saw your hand, but once again, I'm going to ask for you to pause on that while we ask people who haven't commented yet to participate in the debate. Rachel.
Am I allowed to ask Jacob to go first? Because I actually wanted to hear what he has to say.
You're allowed to ask, but I'm not able to really.
Okay,
you will have the capacity to hear Jacob. I will be I do want to hear his comments. I just want to ensure that, as a matter of principle in Kesey's rule of order, that everybody has that we allow a full range of opinions before we start having people's, make additional comments.
I'll just say something quickly. Listen, I don't want to get into it's not about a value judgment here, right? I agree with David. The reality, there are differences in training pathways, and what that all means in the end, we don't even necessarily have to debate right this second. But truthfully, we don't have to call it psychosociate, and we don't have to have different words for that. But I do think that on some level, you know, we might need to have a bit of framing on master's level versus doctoral level, not because of any elitism, but because one, I don't know what we're going to do with number 3, but 2, you know, if we're moving towards prescription privileges, this is not going to be available to every degree category. It's only going to be available to the PhDs. And we probably have to account for that somewhere in the future. So I think it would be premature to do away with all of that without further understanding the risks and the benefits that are about to come down the pipeline.
Thank you. Yeva, Paul, and Fred.
I just wanted to make a comment in response to David, and that's that, you know, behavior analysts don't have a pathway to differentiate their master level or doctoral level practitioners either. And now that we are in the same college, I just think that that would be an important discussion in terms of fairness of representation, if that's a pathway or an argument that's going to be made.
Thank you. Paul.
You know, we've been mulling this over now, and we've heard a lot of the same, all the same topics, the same challenges that we're facing. I want to put a motion that would end debate, and let's move on to the motion.
Okay. So I have a motion to close debate. All in favor of that motion? Please keep your hand up while we get a count. We okay, Odessa? Okay. Against closing debate?
Thank you.
Okay, and the numbers, Odessa?
I have 14 who are in favor to close the debate, and I have 4 who are opposed to closing the debate.
Okay. So motion to close debate is passed. Move forward with
Can I raise a point of order?
Please.
Okay, I would just like to understand from a procedural point of view, closing down a debate, making a motion to close down the debate when we're talking about something and not everybody's had a chance to say what they might want to say. What's the difference between censorship and making a motion to close debate? I'm confused.
Okay. First, let me say that the motion to well, Keeley's modern parliamentary procedure doesn't discuss censorship. What Keeley's modern parliamentary procedure does is it ranks the orders of motions and says that when you're in the middle of a debate, if there's a motion to close debate, then that motion should be voted on. And that's one of the reasons that it requires a 2/3 majority and not a simple majority in order to continue debate or to close the debate, is because it is seen as something that should not just be done by a simple majority, but by a larger amount than 2/3. And so the rule of 2/3 is used to indicate the will of council to close the debate in that instance. So it's not just simply a majority, but a 2/3 majority. And as such, that's the parliamentary procedures that we're following. Jacob.
Yeah, another procedural question. How do we handle the discrepancy between the vote to shut down debate and the chair acknowledging that I was going to be given a chance to speak on this issue?
Thank you. I think the question is, how much does council override the chair by their vote? Okay, I will make an executive order. Jacob, make your comment.
It's really not long and that complex. I just wanted to respond to Ken very, very respectfully, Ken. I have really appreciated your approach and thoughts on so many of these things. But your comment that psychologist is someone who helps people and that's how the public understand it is as a council member, I think, fundamentally a problem. Because psychotherapists help people and surgeons help people and all the other health professionals help people in this way. Lumping them all into the same category is not what we do. We need to be looking at scope of practice and the protected acts that we have access to because of our titles and access to those titles as well. It's separate from the public's perception that we all help people. So I just wanted to point that out and say that I think I think that shifted the conversation away from I think what the point is.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to call the question.
Good.
Actually, Maggie, do you have a point of order?
Yes, I just trying to keep track of what's going on here. And I know a lot of the discussions that the college has already had about psychological associates preceded.
Sorry, is this about is this about process, or is this about?
I guess it's the content of it. I'm very
okay.
Confused
Then we're
about
the debate on the debate on the content
Okay.
is done.
Okay, sorry
So
about
that has been closed. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is a. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. All right, moving on to. We've closed debate. I did promise someone an additional comment. They made that additional comment. Now I fulfilled that promise. We're going to have the debate. Sorry, we've had the debate. Now we're going to have the vote on the motion. Odessa, could I please ask you to read the motion back?
Sorry, just give me 1 sec. So the motion that was moved by Jacob is that the board approved registration for psychological associate based on graduate degrees from board approved programs. It should also be on chat.
All right, thank you. So that's the motion. All in favor of that motion? Please keep your hands up for the vote.
Point of order, that wasn't exactly my motion.
Okay, I apologize.
Sorry, Odessa.
Point of order, what is the motion?
The motion is that given that the last motion implicitly removed the category of psych associate, which was spoken out loud, that we reinstate the category of psych associate.
All right, thank you. Once again, all in favor of that motion that Jacob made? Please keep your hands up while we count the votes.
Okay.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Can I just say I appreciate everyone letting me explicitly have you vote on that motion. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We keep talking about the number 3, removal of minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree. Is there anybody who'd like to make any type of motion in relation to that of some sort?
Did you announce the results of the motion?
Motion carried. Thank you. No, sorry, motion defeated, Carrie. My apologies, motion defeated. Okay. So we keep referring to number 3, removal of the minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree. Rachel.
I would like to make a motion to discuss number 3.
No, I need a motion. We need actually a motion for us to discuss. We need a motion, and then we will debate the motion and vote on the motion.
I would like to make a motion to move on to number 3.
So you would like to move that you would like to remove the minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree.
No, I would like to.
So what is your motion?
I'm sorry, it's been a long day, and may I defer to somebody else who would like to do this? Okay, thank you.
Fred.
I think this will be one that warrants some discussion, but I think the motion I would like to make to propose not agreeing with the 4-year, but moving towards having still some period of experience. I would recommend 1 year plus the year of supervised practice as a starting point for us to discuss. And I would like to put that forward as a motion.
Okay.
Is that clear enough, Ian?
So you would like to make a motion that we revise the minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree to be a minimum 1-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree.
Yes, thank you. That's what it. Yes, it is.
All righty, we have a motion. So Fred, since you've made the motion, you have the right to make the first comments on that motion.
Well, as I said earlier in my comments, I feel it's important that we have more competency-based approaches. Notwithstanding that, we are at a place where we don't have things instituted that we can do it in a way that's separate from years of experience. And so as I read through all the information that was given to us from the consultation feedback, one of the areas that was really highlighted was the Controlled Act. That's what stood out for me, that what is needed or how much experience is needed to be able to be competent and, the risk to the public and ensure that we have good, competent care. And so 1 year of supervised practice after a master's level, I'm thinking that it would be good and prudent to have more. So that's why I'm recommending 1 year. Again, there's no standard in the field that tells us here's the research and what it says. So I think this is a really complicated, difficult one to put forward, but I feel like that's a reasonable place to start. And I'm interested in feedback from others, but that's what I'd like to put forward.
Okay, thank you. Olivia.
I'm just a little confused because wouldn't that be the same as removing the minimum 4-year requirement because they already have a 1-year supervised practice, right? I don't know if I'm...
Just to clarify, it's 1 year of clinical experience, then the year of supervised practice, Olivia.
Oh,
so it'd be, yes, instead of going all the way to no, just master's plus year of supervised practice, I'm recommending that there's some additional clinical experience prior to the supervised practice.
Okay, so like an internship sort of situation. I think that's how it's worded on the table.
It doesn't have to be a formal internship, but that there's some supervised practice that is moving forward in terms of, competence and building skill and things like Controlled Act.
Right. So on the table that describes this across jurisdictions, starting on page 70, for the most part, it's described as like a pre-degree internship, like a pre and post.
Yes, this would be similar to the 1 year internship in that respect, in terms of a year of supervised clinical experience by a member of the college. Okay, so it's similar, but not the exact same. And Olivia, I think there's something about your headphone. It is really quite garbled. So Olivia was asking about the equivalency of what Fred was suggesting in the motion to being similar to a 1 year internship. And it's okay. That's much better, Olivia. Thank you. Okay, moving us on. Peter.
Yeah, so I know the hour grows late, and this is a complex one, and I'm very sympathetic to kind of this lovely mathematical compromise, right? It's at 4 years. We want to be seen to be doing something. Other jurisdictions do other things, so we'll come to a year or 2 years. I'm just pointing out that separate from as of right, if we set the bar at a place that creates regulatory tourism, i.e., that people with a master's degree decide to register in a province that has a lower bar, then they simply move over to us with the title psychologist, and we don't have near as much of a chance at looking at their credentials and their training. So I'm just pointing that out. It might be a lovely compromise, but it has that downside.
Thank you, Peter. David.
I'm not actually sure what the number of hours that a doctoral student has now, as part of their internship and supervision, internship and their postgraduate supervision and whatnot. It's been a long time since I've gone through my process. But if we're having the same title for master's levels as PhD levels, then shouldn't the number of hours be equivalent? So that someone with a master should have the equivalent number of supervised hours as an individual who is graduating from a PhD doctoral program. Wouldn't that be, reflect a fairness and public safety issue?
Okay. Rachel and then Glenn.
I agree 100% with what David just said, like entirely. And I think I made the majority of my arguments previously. Earlier today, I strongly urge us to be cautious about this. I recommend putting a pause on this particular issue. And I think it would be premature to try to address the issue of credential tourism when we have a call for an ACPRO summit, and we have other provinces that are simultaneously changing their standards. Our job is not to align with other provinces and territories. It's to do what's best and what's safe in Ontario. And, with all due respect, I think that the hours needs to be higher. I think it needs to be closer to what someone with a PhD would be doing. And I would recommend a minimum of 2 years, if not 3. And I think I don't really understand why we have to make a specific decision on this today. And I think we should be monitoring whatever it is that we do and be checking for increases in complaints, discipline referrals, and other adverse events, because I have serious concerns about this going forward. Thank you.
I would just like to remind council that we did put out the removal of 4-year work experience for public comment. We got a wide range of public comment on the topics of the work experience, not specifically this 1 year, but we have had considerable comment on work experience. I would also like to first go to Glenn and then go to Tony wanted to comment on something, but Glenn has had his hand up for a bit, and Fred, you've already spoken, so I'll ask you to wait if you could. Thank you. Glenn.
Hello. I'm speaking.
Actually, sorry, Glenn. Glenn, I apologize. I'm losing track of things myself, and I apologize for this. Rachel, you were wanting to make that 2 years. Is that a formal request to amend the motion?
I would like to make a formal request to amend the motion to 3 years.
3 years.
3 years now. It's creeping up.
Fred, what is your response to that request to amend the motion?
In response to Rachel, if you think about the hours of clinical experience, her question, the doctorate level, there's 600 hours, and then an internship, which would roughly be equivalent to 2,200 hours. That's additional, it's not 3 years. So I don't think it should be 3 years. If we want to make it equivalent, then it would be like 1.5 years. So just put that out for discussion in terms of that piece. Anyway.
So Fred, are you saying that you accept or do not accept that motion to amend?
I would say no.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Could I ask for a pause on that potential amendment? And I will come back to it after we've had further debate on the main motion. And then we will pause that and debate your proposed amendment. Okay, Glenn.
I think some of my colleagues are confusing title, appellation, and length of training. Psych associate and psychologist. Obviously, someone without a doctorate does not have the appellation doctor. So the public shouldn't be confused. The title psychologist or psychological associate does not imply in itself the training period. So I think we keep going back to the argument that the PhDs take longer. Well, yes, they do. And the PhDs have the title, usually, doctor. Yes, they do. But that's really beside the point. And I think this constantly is, by statement or implication, confused with the issues around training. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, you would want to make a comment earlier.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nicholson. I just wanted to give some perspective from the Northwest Territories. Their statement was with respect to the 4 years. The quote, "We do not consider 6,000 hours of unregulated practice working for registered psychologists under unofficial supervision to be at all reasonable." So just to give you a sense of at least that higher level and the impact for folks, particularly in the North and elsewhere. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, Cameron, I know you had your hand up before. I'm not sure if you're still wanting to comment.
Yes, I just saw an opportunity for some considered compromise. And when I heard the comparison that Fred made with a internship being about a year and a half, and I see the desire on Rachel's part, and with good reason, to think that the required period of time should be more than a year. I think there's an opportunity for considered compromise by making the amendment 2 years.
Okay. Thank you. Olivia, you've already spoken before, so I'm just going to pause you for a moment. But Conrad, you had your hand up and put it back up again. Okay.
Just reflecting on the conversation, and when we were initially presented the materials and the public consultation, I think I looked at the information as a whole, and some of these variables have now changed, and we have moved already with several of the items in the direction of reducing some of the barriers, and it might be a good time to pause and reflect and assess to see, because I think this item 3, could potentially cause a significant amount of harm if we don't get it right. I do think there is the possibility of some compromise. I don't know what that magic number is. I don't know what that level of competency is. And I think that's where we should take a pause, gain a little bit of additional information and analysis in the information already presented.
So are you asking that this motion be withdrawn?
Yes.
Fred, do you accept the request to withdraw the motion?
I feel like we still need to be having some movement today. Respectfully, Conrad, I feel like we still could make some decision. I'd like to keep it. I wanted to get a starting place with discussion using 1 year. I'm open to looking at other things like the suggestion of 2 years, but I'd like to hear from other people further. I feel like there should be some discussion about this timeline before we close it off.
Okay. And this is not closing it off. This is just withdrawing the entire amendment. It's not to, this is not to close debate. So we have a motion to withdraw the motion. That's a non-debatable motion. It's not been seen as a, it's not supported by the maker of the original motion. So I'll call a vote. This vote is on withdrawing the entire motion from debate. So I will ask Olivia, we are going to call this motion. All in favor, please put up your physical hand in favor of withdrawing the motion now.
Mr. Chair, can we read the emotion? Can you read the motion we're withdrawing, please? Because I'm getting a bit of motion sickness here.
Odessa. That the board revise the minimum 4-year work experience requirement for a candidate with a master's degree to a minimum 1-year supervised practice. No, minimum 1-year work experience. Fred has made that motion. Conrad wants that motion withdrawn. Conrad's motion to withdraw the motion is being voted on. All in favor of withdrawal of the motion, please keep your hands up. Marion, is your hand up, or is it because your virtual's hand is up? Okay, thank you. So
Oh, good. Thank you.
okay, all those opposed to withdrawal of the motion?
Okay, 13 opposed to the motion.
Abstentions? The motion did not pass. We will continue with the discussion of the main motion.
Actually, I'm confused as to whether Indira what she voted, because her hand's been up the whole time. So I'm not sure how she was counted.
I was counting her as being in favor of the motion.
That's correct, Ian.
And the motion, thank you. And the motion failed.
So what was the vote?
Could you please read the vote, Odessa?
There were 5 people in favor of the motion, and there were 13 people against the motion.
Requiring a 2/3 majority to pass, the motion did not receive 2/3 majority. So, moving us on. Ken. Sorry, no, before Ken, before you. David had his hand up before you. So I'll go to David and then Ken. My apologies.
I did. I'm not actually even sure what I wanted to say anymore. I guess part of it is when we're talking about 2 years, what exactly is the 2 years? Is it supervised practice plus internship? Like, I'm not actually sure what the number of years is anymore.
The requirement would be changing the 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree to 1-year work experience requirement. And then that's the pre-licensure requirement. Then there would still be the 1 year of post supervised practice afterwards, minimum of 1 year.
So it's 1 year pre-license and 1 year post-license?
That's correct. Okay, thank you. Ken and then Marianne.
So just very quickly for process, we went out to the public, we got this back. Is the plan then to go to the ministry with the wording that says removal of the minimum 4 year? Or is the plan to go back to the wording after we've consulted on this particular item and say removal of the 4-year, but 1 year or 2 years or whatever? Or B, can we simply go with this consultation and say we're removing it, but discuss in more depth some of the railings that we can put on this for public safety?
Okay.
things?
What we would be going back to the ministry would be the recommendations from council, and the recommendations from council would be for the changes in our regulations. And the changes in the regulations would change the 4-year to 1 year.
Okay.
And that would be what we're voting on. Having said that, you have suggested you would like to make, I'm not sure if you're wanting to make amendments to this, if you're wanting to ask to withdraw the motion again, what are you asking to do?
I just want to be very clear that
Okay.
we consulted on, this was out for public
Yes.
consultations. Anything we do that's outside the scope of the public consultations and what we have here, by amending it, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, or whatever, is going to be okay.
It's okay with, according to the both the legal opinion we've received, as well as the direction from the Ministry of Health.
Okay.
Our role here is to consider the feedback and make having considered that feedback, then make recommendations to council, to the ministry. Thank you.
I'm fine with this, and then fine with doing some kind of railings on it later or whenever.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne.
As I mentioned previously, I'm concerned about the term work experience. That is not the same as supervised practice. So I'm wondering about a friendly amendment. So removal of the minimum 4-year work experience with evidence of at least 1 year of supervised practice. And I'm trying to figure out a way, thinking of Ken's comment, at least 1 year, because if we're looking at the applicant's training, including academic training as well as supervision, then as the registration committee would have some leeway to determine if there is enough experience.
Okay. So Marianne, are you suggesting then that we remove the 1 year work experience and make it a 2 years supervised practice afterwards?
No,
Is that what you're...
no, I'm suggesting removal of the words work experience. So, removal of the minimum 4-year work experience requirement and evidence of at least 1 year of supervised practice.
Okay, and when would that supervised practice be occurring?
Prior to the registration.
Registration for independent practice or registration for supervised practice?
Registration for independent supervised practice with the college. So right. I have concerns about work experience because of various experiences. Okay. Work experience is not the same as supervision.
No, I understand that.
Supervised
and that's
practice.
Why we separate them out.
Yeah.
So you want supervised practice before they apply to supervised practice?
Yeah.
Okay, Fred, what are your...
I think those are really excellent points, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. I think that's really helpful.
Okay.
I mean, they could be part of a graduate program, right? Because not all graduate programs have an acceptable number of practicum or internship requirements.
Right. So
we just need evidence
of supervised practice. Lasha, I can see the look on your face, and it's making me want to ask you a question. I apologize for that, because I think what we're really talking about. The work experience requirement for candidates, is that current work experience supervised?
Yes, it must be supervised by a regulated psychologist or psychological associate in whatever jurisdiction it takes place. It's not specific to Ontario as it is right now. Or as it's written right now, and it's post-degree. So it would not be like additional practica or something like that as part of a degree. So it would have to be following award of master's degree.
So the work experience requirement would be, by definition, a supervised work experience requirement in order to meet the requirements of our college.
Yeah, and I'll say the way it's written in our registration guidelines right now, so it's written as supervised work experience versus supervised practice, which we use to mean authorized supervised practice in Ontario.
Marianne, does that assist
Yeah,
you?
no, that's really helpful, Lasha. I'm just, how do we, or is there a way to strengthen how we understand the level of supervision? I mean, I am not in favor of an additional 4 years for master's level folks. I think that is challenging. So as long as there is more than just, yep, this person, was supervised. So I don't know if we can add the word evaluated.
Yeah, actually, I do wonder if we are talking about how we operationalize that requirement.
Yeah.
And if that's if that's the issue, that is not necessarily a change in the regulation as much as it is a change in how we operationalize it afterwards. And we could make it so that we have an action item coming from this, where we look at reviewing the documentation of the work experience to ensure proper a level of appropriate supervision during that time.
Okay.
That would be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Keva.
I feel like it would be much easier to come to a decision on what the number is if there is the capability to have the caveat, like Rachel was mentioning earlier, to reevaluate the number that we decided on based on the data and the hearings and the disciplinary committee. Is it possible to put a caveat like that into the motion?
I'm not sure what the council always has the capacity to revisit and decisions that it's made in the past. We're doing that now because this decision was one that was made in the past. So that is something that is always possible for college council to do. However, I think the Ministry of Health would suggest you've had this information, you've got the consultation, and it would be good to move to either say no or move forward with something, and it could be, but it doesn't have to be the exact same thing that we've put out for consultation. So, but there's nothing that says we can't go back and revisit this if we see it's not working later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. David, I see your hand up. I know you've spoken before, and Rachel, I see you. Olivia, I see you. But before I ask people to speak again who've spoken to this motion before, is there anybody who hasn't spoken to this motion who would like to make comment at this time? Not seeing anybody. I'll go, Rachel.
Thank you. I'm just making a point of clarification here. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. The traditional PhD route, CPA mandates 600 minimum hours of practica. That's the minimum. Most people end up doing more, at least 1,000. Then you have your residency year, 1,600 hours. Then you have supervised practice. That's why I got to the number 3. I also want to clarify that the current psychological associate route, the work is being evaluated. It is being supervised. It's not just work experience. It's being supervised. The supervisor is responsible for that person. So we have accounted for those hours in a similar way to the doctorate. So I'm wanting to ensure that there is parity across the board, regardless of the specific educational requirement, in terms of the supervision and the practical training that happens. And that is my main issue. So that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Olivia.
I guess this is sort of related to what Rachel just said, because on the table that is in the materials. It says 1 pre-doctoral residency and 1 year postdoctoral supervised practice. So I assume that the residency was 1 year, but it's a total of 3 years. Is that correct, or?
I'm not sure where you're getting the 3rd year. There's the practicum training, which has been minimum in the PhD. The standard PhD program in Canada is the minimum 600 hours of supervised practical experience, minimum of 1 year full-time supervised, minimum 1 year supervised in an internship or residency. The same titles are interchangeable. And then we move into this, and then we apply for registration and go through the postdoctoral supervised practice tenure, which is a minimum of 1 year. So does that, I'm not sure where the 3rd year comes from.
Okay, so I'm just bringing the conversation back to the table again, where, I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but across the country, there is no jurisdiction that has more than a 2-year requirement at both the MA and PhD level. So anything over 2 years in total, including the internship and the supervised practice, seems like above and beyond the rest of the country once again. And given the concerns of the OFC and the fact that Ontario still has the lowest number of psychologists per capita, to me, it doesn't really make sense to have something once again above and beyond the rest of the country. I hear that different jurisdictions have different needs, but I'm not understanding how a psychologist from another province coming to Ontario would be not good enough for Ontarians. Like, I don't understand that discrepancy. I do agree with Fred's proposal that there's an additional 1 year supervised practice to bring the total to 2. And it would also reduce the likelihood of the, I guess, registration tourism, as Peter put it earlier.
Okay, can I just small clarification? We're not the lowest per capita. We're of the 10 provinces. We're the 8th lowest per capita of the 10 provinces. But small clarification. But it's still, I think your point is equally valid whether we're number 8 or number 10. So moving us forward, David.
Okay, just a couple small points. I agree that whatever motion it has, it should have supervised experience within it. But I do have one comment. We keep on talking about years of experience, but what's the definition of year? Are we using it should be actually number of hours, because you could look at a 35-hour week, you could look at a 40-hour week, you could look at somebody who's working only 20 hours a week. So if we're going to be doing a proper motion, I think we should convert it into number of hours that's expected as part of the supervised practice.
May I ask for clarification, Lasha? How are we currently defining year in our operationalization of the 4 years of work experience?
12 months. And so the way our current requirement is it's no less than 4 years. So we use that as 12 months is 1 year, and no less than 6,000 hours.
And no less than 6,000 hours. So this would be changing it to 1 year, no less than 1,500 hours.
And 1 year would be 12 months, I'm assuming.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so we're using a 1,500 hour per year benchmark.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the college standard. Thank you. Olivia.
Sorry, Ian, I'm just looking at page 68 to 69 in the materials. It looks like Ontario is doing okay of number of registrants per jurisdiction, but I'm not sure where the 8th. So it looks like we're pretty low, unless I'm interpreting the data wrong. So number of psychology professionals per 1,000 residents is under 0.5.
All right. If you say so, I will say so. I've done my own analysis separate, but that's fine. As I say, I'm not sure. I can agree to disagree. Thank you. If I will take your thoughts as being accurate. Tony and then Rachel.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you to the group for the thorough discussion. And Dr. Wayne mentioned this, and I think Dr. Bower as well, around work experience versus supervised practice. Just for everybody to be on the same page, work experience, like any other service under one of our registrants, is supervised. However, unlike in supervised practice, the supervisors don't have to tell the college how the person's doing over 4 years. So we have no idea how that person's doing. They don't check in to say, are they developing the competencies required? They could be doing lots of different things. We get work experience where folks work in a lab and they do a whole bunch of grunt work in a lab. And then at the end, they say, here's your 6,000 hours. Other folks are doing assessment, intervention, learning all of the fundamentals. So that's one of the core differences. In supervised practice, you have a minimum of 2 supervisors, and they have to provide feedback to the college en route to you becoming from supervised to autonomous and your readiness for autonomous practice. So just wanted to provide that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Rachel.
I would like to propose amendment that it be 3,000 hours of supervision.
By 3,000 hours, you mean in total before? I'm sorry.
Following. Sorry, it's I've been ill all week and my brain is having trouble here. After the degree, because we're saying 1 year of experience or supervision after, I would like it to be closer to 2 years. I would like to operationalize it as 3,000 hours.
So what is your amendment?
I would like to amend the current motion to state that it would be, sorry, I've lost the original. Can you repeat the original motion, what's on the table right now, please?
Yes, just let me get to this. That the board revised the minimum 1 year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree to a minimum 1 year work experience. And I believe what you were suggesting is that the board removal of the minimum 4 year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree, but that the supervised practice period for someone with a master's degree be 3,000 hours.
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's in effect, what you're suggesting is moving the 1 year work experience. Fred's proposal is a 1 year work experience and 1 year supervised practice. And your suggestion is to eliminate the 1 year work experience and move it over to the supervised practice. So it's 2 year supervised practice. Fred, what do you think? What is your perspective on that amendment?
I think that's a reasonable request. I think it should be either 1 or 2. I guess in terms of moving this forward and getting a sense from the board, would it be wise to go ahead with the 1 year and vote on it? And if it's turned down, then consider whether the board is interested in a 2 year, trying to decide on what is the appropriate amount.
Well, technically, if I have a move to amend, we would vote on the amendment to your motion and then vote on the motion.
Yeah, and I guess I'm wondering, should we vote on the 1 year, turn this down, and then if it's turned down, have a discussion about what would the amendment be?
A vote to amend a motion is higher than a vote to a motion.
Oh. So you're asking me if I want to amend.
Yes.
I guess I'm saying at this point, no. Let's vote on this, and then we could consider alternative after if it's turned down.
All right. So it's not a friendly amendment. So we have a vote to amend. So before we vote on the amendment, before we vote on the motion, we have a vote to amend the motion, and then we would vote on the motion. Okay. So, any debate on the amendment to the motion? Jacob.
Could I just get clarity on what the amendment is? We've said a lot of numbers on a lot of things. Well, what is the amendment specifically that it would sound like? That the board revise the minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree to a minimum what?
Now, the amendment would be that it would be the removal of a minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree, but the increase of postmaster's degree supervised practice to 2 years or 3,000 hours. Cameron.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit confused about this differentiation that we've made between supervised work and supervised practice.
Right.
I think it makes a difference to this amendment.
I think you're right. And I'm happy to try to clarify it for you. Supervised work is work that is done let me just go back to supervised. I'll start with supervised practice. Supervised practice is authorized by the college beforehand. It is with supervisors who the college approves of. It has a series of checks throughout the process where the supervisors report back to the college on the progression in the development of the candidate. That also includes considerable documentation of what's occurring during the supervision sessions of that candidate. Supervised work experience, and I'm happy to have Lasha correct me on any of this, but supervised work experience is a documentation that this person has worked under my supervision for a year.
So as I suspected, the supervised practice requirement is more onerous.
Correct.
And in terms of mobility from one province to the other, if we're trying to increase the number of practitioners, it could be a barrier if we approve the amendment as suggested. But if we stick with 1 year of supervised work plus 1 year of supervised practice, it would be less of a barrier, but still achieve our aim.
That would be accurate. And I think that I can see some of my colleagues on council that when you use the word barrier, but I will say that from the process of regulation, I'll just make this comment, that anything that is seen as a standard from one person is seen as a barrier to another person. And that's just simply that is the definition of regulation in many ways. So, so what we're talking about is a higher standard than, and that is so I'll just leave it there. So you're correct in your interpretation of that, Jacob, and then David. So we're discussing Rachel's amendment.
Yeah, my understanding though, just to put a point in Cameron's thoughts though, whether we like it or not, even if we put these standards in place, if someone gets their license in another province that has different standards, with the new as of right bill, we've got to take them in with the same, we got to take them in within a few months. So even if we make it a million hours of supervised practice, if someone goes to another province, gets their psychology license there, transfers over to us, we'll make them a psychologist without the million hours. If I'm not speaking out of turn. So what we're talking about is sort of the Ontario path. This is what people mean when they're talking about the license shopping, the end arounds, right? You can get a license elsewhere and then transfer in, which as of right has increased the ability to do that. So it doesn't necessarily affect our individual standards. And someone correct me if I'm wrong about this. Our standards can still vary. We're still accepting those people as psychologists if they don't get let's say we pass this and get the 2 years, they wouldn't have to do it when they came in. Tony.
David and then Tony.
I'll let Tony go first. I'm sure.
All right,
yes,
thank you,
words
Tony.
of wisdom for us.
I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry, Dr. Kurzman, please go ahead. It's been a long day. You go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to, I guess, reinforce what Rachel said. I think 2 years is at least a nice balance between what it is currently and the reduction down to 1 year. So I myself would prefer if we voted on the 2 year amendment first, and if that failed, then go to vote on the 1 year. But I think the 2 year is a better balance, in my opinion.
I've now remembered, Ian.
Tony.
Quick correction, Dr. Kaiserman. It's not as a result of as of right. Of course, as of right now is going to expedite things. The license to license, title to title is about the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, which has been in existence for quite some time. And I actually want to circle back to you, Dr. Wayne. I think it was you, Dr. Wayne or Dr. Kurzman, who asked, is there around title to title, can we not just say, sorry, you have to be called a psych associate here? We actually have received consultation on that because we've been providing the psychologist title now for about a decade. And that consultation's happened for quite some time. And now we have a number of cases. So we've got now essentially that precedent. But happy to answer more. So it's not as of right. As of right is contributing. It's the Canadian Free Trade Agreement already.
Thank you for the clarification, Tony. Yes.
And I'll just mention that I remember those early years of those discussions, and it's been much more than a decade. And it was because when this all came into pass, we had psychologists that were working as a psych associate in Ottawa and psychologists across the river in Quebec, and asking, can I just be a psychologist in Ontario? And we sort of recognized under the legislation that really was the process that had to occur. These people have been working for decades in both jurisdictions with different titles, and the change occurred in that way. Rachel.
I just wanted to add, part of the rationale here is that when you do a doctorate, you get more coursework, right, in addition to the research, and that would not be accounted for with the master's. So I just want to point that out. There's less coursework in a master's to become a psychologist.
But we still have minimums for coursework across both degrees. Is that correct, Lasha?
Minimum for coursework, both degrees? Yeah,
Yes.
and they're similar. They're similar to each other. So there's the foundational knowledge requirement and then the professional practice graduate coursework requirement, which are the same.
Thank you. Tony, you were wanting to... Oh, lost him.
Yes, sorry. Yes, no, Lasha answered that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. So we have an amendment, which in Kesey's phrases is actually sometimes called a substitute motion, a motion replacing the main motion. It's proposed as an amendment. So with that in mind, I'm going to call the question. So thank you, Odessa. Removal of the minimum 4-year work experience requirement for candidates with a master's degree to a 2-year supervised practice or 3,000 hours. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. All opposed, please raise your hand. Just keep your hands up.
Sorry, I'm counting 9, but let me just count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. So 10 people opposed.
And abstentions. Not seeing any abstentions. So Odessa, what was the count on that proposal for a substitute motion as in the amendment?
We have 8 people in favor and we have 10 people opposed.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to move us on to the main motion. Well, before we had the amendment, and that was the board revised the minimum of 4-year work experience requirement with a master's degree to a minimum of a 1-year work experience. All in favor? Please keep your hands up.
12 people in favor?
All in favor? Yeah, okay. Opposed?
2, 3. I have 5 people opposed.
Abstentions? Motion carried. Next, the fourth of the 4 points was elimination of the oral examination. David.
I would like to make a motion to rescind or withdraw this proposal. I think the oral examination is an important part of the licensing process.
Sorry, before you begin to argue for it, just let's
That's my motion.
Well, that's your motion is to rescind the proposal to eliminate the oral examination.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you speak to that motion, David?
Well, we've made lots of changes. We don't understand or know the overall ramifications that this is going to have to college complaints and to the overall process. I believe the oral exams are still an important part of allowing examiners to assess an individual's judgment and thinking around clinical issues. And especially given that the jurisprudence exam has now gone to a low stakes module, this is the last and final opportunity to truly assess an individual's judgment and ability to practice.
Okay, thank you. Conrad.
I think it would be prudent to, as Dr. Kurtzman said, to keep the oral examinations in place currently. Having changed many different things today, I think I would like to make an amendment or request an amendment to Dr. Kurtzman's proposal to rescind the elimination of the oral exam and revisit after, for example, 2 years, after a certain period of time, we can discuss if people would like to move forward with this. After the changes have taken effect, the changes discussed today, particularly around supervised practice.
Before I ask David on that, you sort of weren't exactly sure in the 2 years. To be honest, it may take us a good 2 years to get some of these things operationalized and to actually see it begin some of these processes. So before that, is 2 years. I just want to double check on that before we move forward with that proposed amendment.
I just want to ensure that there is time to evaluate the effects of the changes. Yeah.
So what would you propose then as a time? 5 years?
Let's start with 3.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
After it comes into effect.
3 years
after it is operationalized.
3 years after the operationalization of all of the previous aforementioned motions.
Yes.
David, what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Conrad. I appreciate the amendment. I'm not sure procedurally if I can defer that for a few minutes to hear what other people have to say? Or do I have to make a decision on that right now?
I think we need to have some idea as to what we're discussing. So I think it really is a matter of.
Okay. So I appreciate, Conrad, that you brought up the that last point of 3 years after it actually comes into practice. I think I would agree to that.
All right, thank you.
That once we have 3 years of at least 3 years of data on complaints and procedure and whatnot, that this then be brought up for further discussion and votes.
All right, thank you. Now I have a question for Tony on this before I take any more further comments on this exactly. Tony, in terms of where the oral examination lies in our regulatory framework, if in, say, 3 years after full operationalization of these things, if we were then to review the oral examination, would that then also then have to go back to public comment, or is that a pulse? So that is a regulatory change. So we would be, so just so people know, particularly people who are new on council and may be encountering this again in 4 or 5 years, this would go back out for public consultation if that were to occur. Thank you, Tony.
And may I just provide you some more context for your decision making? So you have a line here that says oral examination, but there's another line in the regulation that talks about exams of competence knowledge that are approved by council. So you might decide today you want to keep the oral exam line as is, or you might decide we're willing to remove the oral exam line, but we want to maintain the oral exam, but under the auspices of another section of the regulation. So we're okay with removing the line oral exam. We will have it as one of the exams of competence or knowledge, but it'll allow you to potentially remove it in the future if you so chose.
Thank you. And Dira, I think your mic might be on and there's some background noise coming in. Thank you. Okay, Rachel.
Before I go, Tony, can I just get clarification on what you're saying exactly? That we could still have the oral exam, but we could just move it into it like under a different section? Like I'm not following.
Yeah. So one potential idea, if you wanted to kind of stage this over time, and we need to think this through, and of course you folks would be the decision makers. The line of the regulation for the oral exam is, quote, the applicant must have passed the oral examination set or approved by the council. We're requesting that we're going to remove that from the reg. Now you can still keep the oral exam with that removed because item 3 is the applicant must have passed the EPPP or one or more other examinations of knowledge or competence set or approved by the council or a body that's approved by the council for that purpose. So an oral exam would fall under that mandate. So you could still operate an oral exam, but you won't have it so that it's explicit that you have to, because maybe you don't want an oral exam. Maybe you want to do an OSCE like they do in psychiatry and in medicine, when you're actually doing structured clinical evaluations instead of an oral exam. The way it's written now, it's very clear. Thank you.
Tony, sorry, just to go back. Could you reread slowly that last line? Because the way you read it makes it sound like you could approve the EPPP or another test.
No. Sorry, let me slow this down, folks. And the EPPP is not on the regulation change, but it's the applicant must have passed the EPPP. It's administered by the ASPPB, and then you could include one or more other examinations of knowledge or competence set or approved by the board. So
thank you.
That could include an oral examination, an OSCE, other things we haven't thought about.
All right, thank you. Peter.
I didn't get to go.
Oh, my apology, Rachel.
So I was just asking first. Yeah. I just want to say very, very strongly, I do not think we should be removing the oral exam at this time. I understand what Tony is proposing. This is not that we are approving some very drastic changes. This is not the time to be removing the guardrails. And more importantly, this is going to give us data. We've been talking about let's make the changes and evaluate. This is going to give us data. And I don't think we should be getting rid of a very important source of data collection in order to evaluate the safety of these changes. So in the future, sure, we can revisit this, but right now, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Glenn, I do see your hand, but I see Peter and Ken before you.
Yeah, just to say, I think we did strike a little bit of a grand bargain this morning before lunch, and I understand people didn't want to go for the bolus, but we did say we would vigorously discuss all of these items in the afternoon and try to take action, both because maybe it was the right thing to do and because the Fairness Commissioner and the Ministry of Health. To me, the oral exam is one of the least empirically defensible aspects of what we do in licensing. Essentially, no one fails. Even its strongest proponents have called it not an exam, but a rite of passage, a chance to welcome people into the profession. That's lovely, but I think it's entirely out of step with right touch principles. And I think we need to discuss this vigorously. Maybe not today, but vigorously.
Thank you. Ken.
So I don't know whether these exams have all kinds of data you can sift through and stuff, but I know anytime I've taken an exam, I'm as nervous as heck. And if it's a meaningful exam for something in a case like this, where you're going to be either become a member of the profession or potentially not because you blow it so much, then I'm not opposed to keeping the exam. So first of all, I would suggest, fine, remove it from the regulation, because honestly, we're going through the back door if we all believe that we should still continue to do it. So send the reg off to the ministry, tell them that that's the case. But for the purposes of the board and for us putting up some guardrails, I would ask the question, why would we even leave it 3 years? Why don't we say that whatever the regulations that Tony, that you had, that in order to become a member, you have to take an exam, and then we'll decide 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, like make it a mandatory piece, because I think, as Rachel said, we have knocked down some guardrails. So keep this one indefinitely until such time as we decide we don't need it. Maybe it doesn't provide some data that we think is critical to it. Maybe we'll get more of that from ICRC or from other things. But it may also send a message if we structure these things properly. And I've been sitting on some where people have not passed. They've gone a second time. It may give a sense of comfort to the public that, hey, we've got some guardrails up. Maybe they're not 6-foot fences, but they're 3 feet so you don't skid off the cliff. So I'd be in support of keeping an exam for a longer period of time, but getting rid of the regulation. And if we do it backdoor, works for me.
Thank you, Ken. Jacob.
2 points. One is to Peter's comment about the empirical validation. I have actually been a strong proponent of removing the oral exam up until this point for that exact reason. We have a 99% pass rate. Anyone who's gone through CPA approved programs hasn't done. But I would argue that all that data no longer actually matters. We are about to put people through that oral exam who have different backgrounds, different experiences, different trainings. At this point, we're talking about someone at the master's level who's going to have 3 years less work experience. We don't know whether they pass the oral exam at the same rates or not. So saying it's unempirically validated, I don't know if that's still true. And we can't know if that's still true, which is why I like Conrad's suggestion of revisiting in a few years. However, what Tony just said gave me an alternative idea and thought, which is, so we have that one line that says EPPP or this, and we have one line that says oral exam in our legislation. I don't think we should be removing a competency exam. The EPPP is not a competency exam. It is a knowledge-based exam. Oral exam theoretically is a competency exam. I am very comfortable, and I might even try to make an amendment to our policy here. Not our policy, sorry to make another amendment, guys. I know there's been a lot of this today. But the amendment that I would like to make is to change the line to requiring an oral exam to requiring a competency exam. And then we as a board, we as a council can decide what that competency exam is. But I think allowing it to be subsumed in an either or thing rather than its own line, we need a competency exam of some kind. Whether we change it or not and have that flexibility, that's awesome. I think we need that because maybe the oral exam is not the best one, but I think we need a competency exam.
And I apologize. I'm going to step in here and just make a comment on something. And anybody who's read my conflict of interest will recognize where this is a conflict. But I'll just mention that the EPPP Part 1 is currently a knowledge-based exam. In fall of 2027, it's in the midst of undergoing a significant revision that's being chaired by John Hunsley from the University of Ottawa. And that will be a combination of knowledge and skills-based assessment. And as of fall/winter 2027. So I would hate us to make changes based on the current standing of that examination when it is the middle of a massive revision right now.
I don't think my amendment affects that at all.
Okay.
Ian. I think my amendment is just saying that I want a separate competency and exam.
Oh, thank you. I spend another portion of my life defending the EPPP.
I totally get it.
So
That
okay,
must be
thank
hard.
you. So I see Ken and Rachel still have their hands up, but Cameron, you haven't spoken yet on this motion, so I'll put it to you.
Thanks very much, Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
and Glenn, you did
I
too.
think
I
that Glenn
apologize.
was ahead of me.
Yes, you are correct, Cameron. Thank you, Glenn. I apologize. I'm a victim to the little yellow hand that pops up, and I forget humans exist. So thank you.
In the interest of brevity, I won't repeat the comments of my colleagues, which I agree with. I would say, think of the right touch. It depends on who's doing the touching as well as doing the right touch. And in the oral exams, I've taken part in them once as an oral examiner. And I know many, many oral examiners because of my many years. I have some concerns about how the competency of the examiners is arrived at. That's not anything that I've ever heard discussed here.
Okay, thank you. Cameron.
Again, thanks for the opportunity. Long before this discussion started, I was interested in alternatives to oral examinations. Glenn touched upon one point. They tend to be, in my experience, very subjective. And so I like the idea that's been brought up by Jacob of taking out the actual term oral exam and replacing it with competency exam, and giving, and this goes back to my point again of giving the council the flexibility to do what it wants to do going forward. And so that would be my 2 cents. Competency exam. I like the amendment.
Thank you. David, so we have so let me just go back. Jacob, is that an official amendment you would like to make to David's motion?
Thank you for clarifying this time, Ian. Yes, I do.
Okay. So how would you like to word that, please?
Let me pull up what's already there. Oh, no, David's amendment, sorry. David's motion was to table what was David's motion again?
The board rescind the proposal to eliminate the oral examination.
I would like to rephrase David's motion to, I'm going to take the language that we had there. Give me 1 second. Just so this is well stated as best as can. Oh, so what it said before, replace the requirement to have an oral exam in the regulation with a requirement for a competency exam.
Okay.
I guess my concern with that is, what does that actually mean? Is the competency exam going to be orally based?
It could be.
Right.
I think we get to decide that later, David. I think we get to decide, do we keep the oral? It still allows that to be on the table. Or do we go with something more modern, more effective?
So I think that maybe should be a separate motion. One is to rescind this about getting rid of the oral exam, and then the other one should be maybe to modernize the oral exam process by assessing competency. Because as far as I understand it, the oral exam does assess competency. So I'm not sure exactly what the change would be.
It's a regulatory change, I think, that gives us flexibility in having that conversation.
I think we already have that I think we'd already have that flexibility by maintaining the oral exam and then striking a committee to determine if, if the oral exam should be modified or changed in some way.
Oh, I see what you mean. If we leave the oral exam in there, I'm not married to an oral is the problem, right? I'm happy with any kind of exam of competency. Oral is the word that's in our legislation, though.
It's in the regulation.
Excuse me, I meant regulation, not legislation. Excuse me.
Right.
It's in our regulation.
I think I'd prefer to keep it like this and then have you make a subsequent motion.
Okay, so two different
But,
motions.
I fundamentally
So we
agree
have
with you. It's just process.
We don't have two new motions. We have an amendment to the motion. Okay, just need to be clear. Rachel, you've been Rachel and then Conrad.
I just want to address what Peter said. With all due respect, people don't fail the orals at present because our standards have been so high and they're working. So it means they're working. And whether or not people are going to fail with these new standards is an empirical question. And I'm not willing to take the risk with the only guardrail that we have left at this point.
All right. And
a
Peter,
quick point
before
of
you
order.
respond, yes.
I'm sorry, I thought that the motion was modified by Conrad, and that did we not?
Oh, yes, it had been.
Yes, thank you. And Odessa, could I ask you to put up the modified motion? Sorry, that's Jacob's modification. We have an amendment that Conrad has made that David has agreed to, that it be reviewed after the other proposals made earlier today have been operationalized for 3 years. Thank you for that, David. Okay. So, Peter.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Ian, but Rachel, I totally agree with you. The oral is one of the incredibly high standards that is absolutely bristling. That's one of our big gates. It's one we're very proud of. Everybody who's in serious trouble with the college for poor practice passed that oral exam, every single one of them. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Anybody else want to make any comments? Okay. So first we have the Jacobs amendment, which I'm going to take as a substitute motion to replace the main motion. And that is that the board replace the college requirement to have oral exam with a competency exam.
Sorry, I didn't. That was not the motion. The motion was made by Conrad, who made the friendly amendment.
But Jacob has made that friendly amendment has been added on. That was a friendly amendment. You agreed to that, David?
Not to Jacobs. No, I agreed to Conrad.
I didn't say no. Did you agree to Conrad's amendment?
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion to amend your motion that you did not support. That was Jacob's motion.
Exactly.
Okay. So Jacob's motion, a motion to amend, takes precedent over the motion. So we consider it a substitute motion. So the current motion before the board is that the board replace the college requirement to have an oral exam with a requirement to have a competency exam. Is that accurate, Jacob?
Point of clarification on it, if that's okay.
Please.
I'm just talking about a language replacement. It could still be the oral exam, and I want that reflected somehow in the motion, that the board replace the regulatory requirement to have an oral exam with a competency exam. Because it could turn out we discuss this and we keep the oral. Right?
So the motion is that the board replace the regulatory requirement to have an oral exam with a regulatory requirement to have a competency exam.
You know what?
Which
it is already cleared,
could be
Ian. My mistake. It's already cleared.
college. Okay. Okay. Once again, the motion. The board replaced the regulatory requirement to have an oral exam with a regulatory. Okay. I'm going to make no. I understand. Something else has come to mind. I just think I want to raise it before we get into a weeds afterwards. I didn't understand this, or my gosh, we lost this. Conrad had made an amendment to David's indicating that we should be reviewing this after 3 years after the operationalization of the exam, of the other proposals made today. Before I take your amendment for your proposed amendment forward, Jacob, I just want to see if you would like that to be a part of your proposed amendment as well, or just forget the review.
No, I don't think I want to add it to this one.
All right, then. So that is the motion, that the board replace the regulatory requirement to have an oral exam with a regulatory requirement to have a competency exam. Okay. All in favor? Please raise your hands and keep them up.
We have 8 people in favor.
Okay, all opposed?
Sorry, could you please keep your hands raised? I need to double check the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I also have 8 people opposed.
Abstentions? Motion did not pass.
I counted 9.
I also did.
Okay. Let's. Okay. I'm going to do it this way, which is another way I can do this, is I'm going to name people on the screen and want you to vote. And then we'll have a count afterwards. Okay? Don't normally do this because it takes a bit more time. But considering the motion and the closeness and the importance of this, I'm going to do this. So let me know if you are in favor or opposed to the motion. Scott.
Opposed.
Opposed. Glenn.
Opposed.
Opposed. Fred.
In favor.
Paul.
Opposed.
Peter.
Opposed.
David.
Opposed.
Nadia.
In favor.
Mary.
Opposed.
Maggie.
In favor.
Rachel.
Opposed.
Conrad.
Opposed.
Marianne.
In favor.
Cameron.
Favor.
Jacob.
In favor.
Keva.
Opposed.
Olivia.
Opposed.
Ken.
Opposed.
Indira.
In favor.
Kay. Opposed. So the count.
Sorry, Ken, could you please, I didn't hear you correctly. You were, okay, in favor. I have 1,
Sorry,
2.
no, I'm opposed. I was
Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 7 people in favor. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I have 12 people opposed.
Motion did not carry. So now we'll go back to the original main motion.
Wait,
The original,
point of order.
yes.
Okay. I'm getting the sense that we are all exhausted and we are all sort of having trouble keeping up, or at least I am. At what point can we consider an adjournment and to reschedule? Like, how long do we go for? Because we still have lots to get to. I'm just concerned we're not going to get through everything, and I'm concerned that we're not all going to be able to give the issues the attention that it deserves at this point.
So are you moving to postpone this motion, which would be to delay consideration of the motion? Is that your motion?
It's not just the motion, it's the whole meeting. I'm happy to discuss this. I just don't know what's practical at this point, but people are having trouble keeping track of things, I'm not saying.
I can understand that. It's been a long day, and that we still have a number of things we do still have to continue on with. And I've asked the staff to sort of try to winnow down what we have to go through. This could be a very long day, but this is, dare I say, an important day in the life of the college. And I've wanted these items to have the full discussion that I thought they warranted. And I think the public feedback indicated they warranted, which means that some of the other things we do have to do, we still have to do. And it's going to be a long day. Now, if you want a motion to adjourn the meeting, I can take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Can I make a motion to postpone this motion for next time if there's more discussion to be had?
I was going to call the vote. I was not going to have a discussion.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So, Peter, is this a point of order?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a point of order, a bit responding to Rachel. I'm okay if we pause, but we have put a lot of effort into this discussion, and it feels like we should get to a vote. Otherwise, we will be repeating ourselves at the next, like coming up to speed again, and the last hour will have been entirely wasted.
Okay.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right. So, I'm going to call the question that the board rescind the proposal to eliminate the oral exam and do a review 3 years after the previous amendments have been operationalized. Okay. I'm just going to repeat it because it's been a long day. The motion that the board rescind the proposal to eliminate the oral exam and to do a review 3 years after those previous amendments have been operationalized. Okay. All in favor of that motion, raise your hands. Please keep your hands up.
I have 9
Okay.
people in favor.
All right. All opposed, please raise your hands. 2, 3.
And I have 8 people opposed. Paul is missing at the moment to vote, so he's not counted.
I'm sorry, but that's motion carried. Okay. Can I suggest a 10-minute break before we get to some other things we actually also need to do today? So, thank you.
Ian,
Yes.
could I make a suggestion? Because I know there's still a lot of things to discuss. Is there a way to maybe just prioritize the things that have to be discussed today? And then anything else that doesn't have to be discussed today can, we could either stay later if needed, or we could move that to the next meeting.
I've actually already asked the staff to go through and determine what we actually have to discuss today. Information items that normally would have an oral update, if they can be shared with a written form, as well would be available to the public and to the ministers, to the members. And but things that we definitely need to have a decision on, we need to have that those discussions. So I've already asked the staff to do that.
Okay, and the three things that I wanted to bring up, I'm willing to wait till next meeting.
Can I say thank you?
Okay.
And Odessa, I will ask that you, or well, probably won't be you, but whoever the woman replacing you, to put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Okay. And I hope you'll keep us honest on that, David, if for some reason it gets lost in the translation to a new.
I will.
And we're fortunate for it, so thank you. All right. I'll just say that I think the decisions that have been made here today have been some of the most consequential in the history of the college, going back over 60 years. I want to thank everybody for the quality of the debate, and of the discussion has been important, and for your patience with me as I struggle through some of the nuances on all of this. So thank you very much for what you've done here today. And I know we still have some things to go through, and they may not all be as consequential as some of the ones that we've discussed already, but certainly do require our attention. So let's get started again. So next on the list, this is what we're going to be talking about at 11 o'clock. Legislative updates, oral report. Tony, can that be done as a written report to public and council afterwards?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And the ACPRO update?
Can be the same.
Thank you. JEE module, psychology development update. We have oral report from Lasha on that. Lasha, I know that.
It might be a good idea for me to give that update at the March meeting.
Okay, but
I
I
have a
know
bit more to
David.
say, but I could do it in written as well.
Okay, thank you. Maybe a brief written and then have a more fulsome discussion at the March meeting. David, you had particular things you wanted to raise?
I did, again, about the jurisprudence we're talking about.
Yes.
Yes, I for one I guess I have issues with it being converted to a low stake module from the high stake exam. I do think that this is something that needs further discussion, especially given all of the changes that are being made. I am willing to defer discussion to the next meeting when we have maybe more information on the process and what has been designed, but I do have significant concerns about this modification.
Okay. Thank you, David and Lasha. The Behavioral Analyst Certification Board, BACB. That one I think we do need to discuss. Am I correct, Tony? Yes. So let's. Could I ask you to introduce us to that point? It's on page 280, I believe, of our package of materials.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholson, and to the board. The Behavior Analysis Certification Board for the non-behavior analysts has been a pillar in ABA credentialing across North America and in some other regions of the world. It's a voluntary credentialing body, and they existed here in Ontario prior to us regulating. Now, as of July 1st, 2024, there were some changes that happened because we started regulating ABA. The good folks over at BACB let us know in September 2023 that because of some of the changes, they were going to be pulling out of Ontario as of June 30th, 2026. So 6 months from now. Part of the reason why they had concerns, as reflected in the note, is that they provide certification for three different sets of professionals. The BCBA or BCBAD level, and that's for the most part, our behavior analysts. Those are folks that would meet registration criteria for us. There's a second level of professional known as board certified assistant behavior analyst. And then there's a third level of professional known as registered behavioral technician. And the concern was, if folks were to get that credential and then be a BCABA or an RBT, would they be in contravention of the Act? Because we have some very strict title restrictions, meaning you can't just put up a shingle now and say, I'm a behavior analyst, Ontario Public. I have no license. I'm going to write. So the same way that we don't want somebody to say, I'm a registered behavior technician and I'm going to work on my own with no supervision. However, we've really turned our minds to this. We've really tried to think through this thoroughly in working with our behavior analysts on the board, really thinking through this. We believe that we could potentially come to some sort of middle ground, and we want to make that offer to the BACB in the new year, and to give them that 6 months time to decide whether they want to stay, whether they want to extend their sort of period before they leave, or whether or not it's unacceptable. What we're going to propose is that we would be willing to create a very specific practice standard and requirements around representation of credentials and representation of supervision in essentially all documentation. So the idea is we could theoretically turn our minds to if BCABAs and RBTs are exclusively working under our registrants, so our behavior analysts, and they're working under the standards. So technically it's only one level between the behavior analyst and any of the assistant staff. But if we were able to do that, could we then go back to the BACB and say, we don't want to, shut down that opportunity for you folks to have the different levels of credential here in Ontario. We're willing to have that sort of meet in the middle. What we're not appearing, and I don't think is prudent for us here in Ontario, willing to do, is to maintain essentially the transition route 1 in perpetuity, meaning you don't need to do our supervised practice, you don't need to do our exam. You can come in, do your BCBA or BCBAD, and then you get your license, you get fast track for your registration. That's something that we don't think is in our best interest. We really want a homegrown Canadian Ontario process, and we're really proud of that and wanting to develop that. But we definitely very much respect the BACB. We want to have the ability to have the BACB remain if it's at all possible. And we're willing to provide, I think, a bit of negotiation on this matter if we can do it safely and meeting with the standards. So today, we're really looking for your permission for me to be able to approve the briefing note and for me to go to my CEO counterpart at BACB and make that extended offer. Happy to answer questions, Ian, and to the group.
David.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions. I have absolutely no issues with you proceeding. I guess I want to understand how other provinces work. I know that we're the only province that has the behavioral, analysts as part of a regulatory body. But are there any as of right issues and CFTA type of issues with those who practice unregulated in other provinces coming to Ontario?
It's a fantastic question, Dr. Kurzman. No. So because no other jurisdiction in Canada regulates ABA, as a separate profession, of course, Manitoba under psychology has ABA, the CFTA wouldn't apply because we're the only standalone behavior analyst jurisdiction in Ontario. However, I do wonder, and this, Lasha, some of this we're going to learn over time, the BACB, the home of the BACB is in the United States, and many jurisdictions, psychology regulators, and other regulators have ABA, and those folks are BCBA, BCBAD, so they're part of that group. So I don't think that's going to impact our ability to have folks from out of jurisdiction come up to us, because it's also they're regulated, so they also have a license. They're like licensed behavior analysts or registered behavior analysts. So the short answer is it's not going to be a problem from a CFTA, and I gave you the longer-winded answer, Dr. Kurzman. Happy to answer anything else.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Olivia.
I'm just wondering, so regardless of the response of the BACB, for those who have previously earned the RBT and BCABA credentials, would they be permitted to use those titles since those were previously earned? I know that the BACB, for other jurisdictions where they have left, people who have earned their BACB titles can still continue using those titles. I'm just wondering what that would look like in Ontario.
It's a fantastic question. So to Olivia's point, for example, right now, Olivia and other analysts are BCBA, or they were BCBA. It's a good question, Olivia. I don't know, Lasha, do you have particular thoughts?
In terms of RBT, I'm not so sure, but with the protected title in Ontario, if they were providing services in Ontario, then they wouldn't be permitted to indicate that they were a behavior analyst. And I believe that BCBA indicates that. So we would encourage those folks to get registered.
Yeah, I think the BACB put folks on voluntary inactivity? Am I correct on that, Olivia and Conrad and Eva?
It's a BCABA, so the board certified assistant behavior analyst. The RBAs are BCBAs at the master's or doctoral level.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. And so all this is to say, could they use the title? It's a very challenging issue because we're concerned about non-registrants identifying as registrants of the college, hurting a member of the public, and the public not having recourse through the college because they're not actually a member, but the public thought they were a member. So if we were to permit the RBT, BCABA folks to work under the supervision of an analyst, I think we want to be very clear that it is exclusive to that. There's no other circumstance where folks can put up a shingle and work independently or present themselves as independent providers of ABA services if they're BCABA or RBT. On the other hand, though, if we can, within our standards and with the BACB, if they would be willing, we would love to have BCABs and RBTs remain in Ontario as long as they fit within our structure.
Can I also just jump in? I think part of the issue is about the peculiar Ontario aspect of the protected title definition, and that as soon as you say assistant behavior analyst, you're saying I'm a form of behavior analyst under the Ontario legislation, and that's the challenge. And you get to things like physiotherapy. They're not assistant physiotherapist, they're physiotherapy assistant, for example. So it's the use of the protected title behavior analyst in that larger protected title that's causing us some legal head scratching.
If I may as well, Dr. Nicholson, I just very quickly want to say this is and I don't want to speak on behalf of analysts, but my understanding as a non-analyst during this process is this was a big deal and is a big deal that, the BACB is a important part of the professional world of ABA in North America. And, if it's possible, I think it would be great for us to make this extension. If we're unable to make that negotiation work, I think at least we can say that we gave it a good college try, pun intended.
Conrad.
I just want to say I'm in full support of this in terms of opening the conversation with the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. You know, much of our discussion today has been talking about access and over the last few months, and I think ensuring that the public has access to supervised therapists with a guaranteed baseline level of competence and skills, and having this safeguards within the regulatory framework, I think that is, for me, the direction we should absolutely continue in for the public interest.
Thank you, Conrad. Any other questions or comments? Geva's in favor. All righty. Not seeing any other questions or comments, we have a motion for consideration that the board approve the plan in this briefing note to address the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. Is there anyone who'd like to make that motion? Scott. Would you like to speak to the motion, Scott? No.
If I could, just briefly, having been through the entire ABA process from day one, when it was announced we were going to create, you were coming in under the college. I've always kind of followed along the ABA stream very closely. So when I saw this recommendation come forward, I was glad that the college is making every effort to carry this on, because it is very, very beneficial for the province.
Any other discussion of the motion? Wow, a motion nobody wants to amend. Okay. Can I have a vote on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passed. Thank you. Zimra. We next have the board and committee's competency and suitability profile, and that starts on page 282 of our package material, and I am imagining that is not something we can hold off on. Sorry, you're on mute. Still can't hear you.
How about now?
Great.
Okay.
Although there's a bit of an echo because somebody else has their speaker on.
How is this?
Better.
Okay.
Nope, still an echo.
Oh, you know what? Because
it could be louder too. Sorry.
How is it now?
No echo.
Here.
Echo?
Echo? No echo?
No, we're still getting an echo.
Where's it coming from?
okay, why don't you log off? You can come on over here.
It may be the echo from someone's speaker on their computer.
Yeah,
We're
so
ju-
Zimra
we're just
is
gonna
going
do,
to
some
log
musical
off,
chairs
and
here
she's
just
going to
for a
become the new
moment. We'll
Tony.
just give us 1 moment. $285.
And there's no echo? No echo. Okay.
All right. You hear me now? Any echo?
No echo.
No? How about now?
Good.
Okay, great. Okay, so yes, this is something that does require a vote today because we are going into the election period starting at the end of December. And so this is something that we should have in place and approved by the board if you so choose before we get into that process. And this is coming from some actions and decisions the board has taken over the last 6 months or so in terms of governance modernization. And a big part of that was to move to a hybrid election process that's competency-based. And so at the board training meeting in September, the board did some exercises and had discussions to determine what were the appropriate competencies and what would be beneficial to the board and to committees. And this went to the Governance and Nominations Committee at its inaugural meeting in October. And it took all the feedback and the training and the drafts and workshopped that into the draft that you see today. Also went to the executive committee and had their input and approval. So the decision for you today is based on this competency framework that's before you. It's on page 284. So to approve this competency framework for the next cycle of elections.
Questions for Zimra? David?
So how exactly is competency going to be graded? I understand we want people on different committees who are competent, but how is that going to be assessed? It's going to be done as an oral?
So
Sorry, little joke.
This is right now for the board, because that's where it's going to be. The idea is that it would be used for both board and committee, and different categories here would be weighted differently depending on the function of that committee or for the board. So for example, there might be different things that are important for different committees, and it would be for the Governance and Nominations Committee to look at all the applications to assess the needs. And those can be different depending on the committee. They could be different depending on the current complement of the board. For example, if the current complement on the board doesn't have anybody who's representing northern communities, for example, that might be something that's looked at in particular. So that will depend on a year by year basis, depending on the needs of the board at the current time and the needs of the specific committees.
Okay. Can I just follow up on that, Zimmer? I think David's question might have been a bit different than what you've outlined. I think David's question might have been that, for example, if we take a look under skills, digital literacy, be able to work using technology for college work, such as virtual meeting platforms and document sharing tools. Who makes the determination if somebody has that skill or not?
So it will be the Governance and Nominations Committee. What we are going to be providing to all people who want to put their names forward for nomination is an ability to define and outline for themselves how they believe that they fit these competencies. So similar to the current system where you have a nomination process where people need to outline why they are running for election and what they would bring to the table. It's the same idea. We're just asking people to speak to these competencies in particular and ask how they would meet them. And we're not expecting everybody to meet every single one of them in the same way. But then the Governance and Nominations Committee will be looking at how they respond to the competencies that are outlined here. And then on that basis, make decisions.
Okay, thank you. Jacob.
Yeah, no, I just saw something very concerning on our website that's not part of this discussion. I'm wondering if we can go in camera after this to discuss it. But I want to pause this. I just want to make notification that I have a concern that I want to bring up after this discussion.
After after this motion, point of order to move in camera. Okay, well, let's continue on with this point right now. Thank you. Any other questions for Zimra? David, thank you.
So again, I have no issues with this. Just understanding if somebody applies to become a member of a board or a committee and they don't meet the competency base as defined by the board, are they going to be given feedback as to why they were not accepted? Like, how is that going to work?
Yes, that's the idea, that they would be, for everybody who applies, they would get a response, at least for the board. For committees, that's not how we've operated. I'm not sure that's going to change, but for the board, because it's a new process and there's going to be nominations, so you need to be approved to run for election, where that had not been the case before. There is, and you can see in the bylaws, there is also an appeals process in place, so there will be some element of reasons and accompanying that decision.
Okay, and then who's going to make that decision on an appeal?
there is a process in place. There is some element of the Governance and Nominations Committee as well as the, sorry, I don't have it in front of me. It's either the Executive Committee or the board or a combination thereof. I'd have to go look.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any other questions? Not hearing any. Do I have a mover for the motion? Fred, would you like to speak to the motion, Fred? No. Any other discussion of the motion? All in favor? Motion passed. Okay. Jacob, before I move us to being in camera again, I'm sure Odessa is working trying to fill up a breakout group. Just want to check. There are reasons we can move in camera because being in the public domain is important. Matters involving public security that have to be disclosed. Financial or personnel or other matters may be disclosed in such a nature that the harm created by the disclosure would outweigh the desirability of adhering to the principle that meetings should be public. C, a person involved in a criminal proceeding or civil suit or proceeding may be prejudiced. D, personnel matters or property acquisitions to be discussed. E, instructions given or opinions received from solicitors. Or F, council will deliberate whether to exclude the public from a meeting, whether or not based on subsection C, which is necessary to prevent public disclosure of matters disclosed in the meeting, banning publication or broadcasting of that material. Does the comment, the reason fall into that category?
I think the discussion will fall in that category, yes.
All right, thank you. Odessa, could I ask you to move us into a breakout group room? Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Thank you once again to the people who are watching live. Jacob alerted us to an error on our website, and that was something in the news section which was not reporting appropriately some of the decisions that had been made. And Tony has stepped out to contact the company responsible for that misposting. And as it did not reflect the work that had been done by the members of council here today. And that will be, Tony is out now getting that fixed. So once again, thank you, Jacob, for alerting us to that, and to thank the people in the public who have alerted us to that as well, and for their patience as we get this taken care of. So
I just want to, Ian, if it's okay, I just want to publicly thank Tony for reacting so quickly. Staff has been under a lot of stress, and mistakes do happen. And I just want to publicly thank him for reacting to that so quickly.
Yes. Thank you. All right then. Zimra, item 4G, Governance Modernization Policy Update, which is on page 285 of our package of material. Is that something that needs to be done today?
Zimmer says yes, so we're going to change.
Yes, all righty. So once again, that's on page 285 of our package of materials. Zimra, would you walk us through this Governance Modernization Policy Update?
Right. So this is also following in line with the modernization steps that have been made, and all the bylaw changes. The election process now will be following the seats as they are set out in the Psychologists and Behaviour Analysis Act, which outlines that there will be a minimum 3, maximum 5 ABA professionals on the board, and 8 to 12 public members on the board. It doesn't speak to representation on the board by way of title, just by profession. And so keeping in line with this modernization, the policy 113, which establishes a non-voting psychological associate seat on the board, is no longer in keeping with those modernization steps we have already taken. So the proposal here is to rescind that policy.
Thank you. Any questions for Zimmer on this? Glenn? You're on mute, Glenn.
Automatic. Thank you. Zimra, thank you very much. In light of the new proposals for board elections, there's it says soon there's going to be elections again for 3 vacant seats. Well, what seats are they? If one of those vacant seats includes the psychological associate, not the non-voting, the psych associate, that would seem to be counter to is this an interim process or what?
So
I hope the question's clear.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm not sure I understand the question. So this would be to rescind this non-voting seat.
I understand the rescinding of the seat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, how does this fit in line with the fact that we're going to possibly have elections in when is it, March, for 3 vacant seats?
Yes.
Question is one of those vacant seats the psych associate seat that I occupy? If so, it seems to be somewhat contrary to the to this, even though this one is referring to the non-voting psych seat. Hope that's clear. It's not necessarily. Sorry?
I think it's clear. I think I understand the question.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what I can say is that for the upcoming election, there are 3 seats that are available, but they will not be tied to title or to profession with the limitation that they have to fulfill the requirements of the Act. So the 3 seats that are up for election can be filled by any combination of 3 ABA and psychology of any title, any educational background.
That's what I hope to hear. Thank you.
David.
Okay, so I know this is not specifically related to this, but I guess just to understand, for the 3 seats that are coming up, well, 2 questions. One is there a requirement on how many psychology versus ABA people need to be on the board? So is there minimum requirements? And B, how is the election going to work? Is it just going to be now provincial?
Yes, that's right. It will be province-wide.
Okay, and then with respect to the numbers of psych versus ABA on council?
So because one of these seats that's up for election is an ABA seat, there will need to be a minimum of 1 ABA seat that's filled, although it could be up to a maximum of all 3 being filled by ABA.
Okay, so what if you wouldn't mind just providing us with the actual numbers of psychs versus ABA that have to be on council?
Minimum 3, maximum 5. ABA, the rest psychology.
All right.
Okay.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Any other questions? So we have a motion for consideration that the board rescind policy 1-13, non-voting psychological associate seat on the board. Who would like to, would anybody? David will make that motion. Would you like to speak to the motion, David?
I don't know if there's really anything to say. It's non-voting. We're doing modernizing the board. I think it makes sense.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carried. All righty. Moving us on to Jennifer, we have the Quality Assurance Committee policy updates. Can those wait until they can wait? All righty. Tony, staff satisfaction survey results, oral report, and registrant engagement and communication strategy update. Sorry, you have the staff satisfaction survey results update oral report. Can that be done?
Happy to defer or also to provide in writing to you folks at a later date.
I would be happy with whichever you think would be the best way to provide us that information.
Okay. The staff will manage that and make sure that you receive it in one medium or another.
Thank you. Registrant engagement and communication strategy updates. Stephanie, is that something we need to discuss today, or can it be done through a written or oral update at our next meeting?
It could be a written submission or updated next time.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, you have the next couple on here, the reporting cycle update oral report and the key performance indicators oral report. Do we need can we get those in written form or at the next meeting?
She's confirmed yes.
She confirmed yes. Yeah. Okay, so next we'll move to page 299. If you go to page 299, you'll see the transfer of reserve funds. When we're talking about that sort of amount of money, I'm thinking that's something we have to talk about today. So with that in mind, Tony, could you have you quickly walk us through the transfer of reserve funds?
Will do, Dr. Nicholson, and thank you to the board. This year, we were expecting that we would have a bit of a surplus because of the addition of ABA and some funding that we received around onboarding ABA. We anticipated this. Finance and Audit Committees provided a recommendation to Executive, who's now providing you a recommendation as the board around how to transfer those funds. Now, up until this year, we actually had to deplete our investigations and hearings fund all the way down to its policy minimum, which is a little bit scary given that this is a high expense accounting line. We feel really good about this plan where we're going to be able to add a little bit of security because investigations and hearings is a particularly expensive endeavor. So happy to answer any questions about this. And this will be reflected in our financial statements in the subsequent council meeting.
Any questions or comments for Tony? Not seeing anything. Can I have a motion on this? Paul, do you want to speak to this, Paul, or just move it forward? Okay. I'd like to move the motion then that the board hire a consultant to commence a third-party assessment of board, open bracket council, close bracket effectiveness at a minimum every 2 years. That's the wrong one. I'm ahead of myself. I apologize. The tiredness is getting to me as well. Motion for approval that the board approve the transfer of $700,000 to the Investigations and Hearings Reserve Fund, and the remaining $471,513 to be retained as unrestricted funds. All in favor of that motion? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Alrighty. Next, Zimra, the hiring of third-party assessment for board effectiveness.
Okay, thank you. So this is another one where we want to run by the board and get your approval, the action of hiring a third party to conduct this assessment. Third-party governance assessment is not something that we've done to date. We do have it as a CPMF benchmark, and we have not met that benchmark to date. It is now also one of the terms of reference and rules of the Governance and Nominations Committee to review governance and governance functionality of the board. And so the GNC at their inaugural meeting as well decided to formally request that we conduct a third-party governance review. It went to the Finance and Audit Committee, who agreed that this should be funded, and to the Executive Committee, and then that is now coming to you for final approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Zimra on this issue? David.
Okay, so I understand this is something we have to do. Right?
It's not something. Sorry, I don't know if that was a question.
Oh, I'm asking because it sounds like this is something that we're mandated to do.
It's not something we're mandated to do. It is in the CPMF as a benchmark. So it is something that's seen as good governance and good policy to do. So it's something that we are recommending that we do to meet those benchmarks, but it's not a requirement.
Okay. Okay. I'm actually very curious to see what they would have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, thank you. I have a mover for the motion that the board hire a consultant to commence a third-party assessment of board council effectiveness a minimum every 3 years, moved by Jacob. Would you like to speak to that, Jacob?
I just think it's a great idea. It's good governance. We should absolutely do it.
All righty, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. All right, thank you. The integrated risk management report is, Tony, is that something we can, do we need to deal with today?
So we traditionally, by policy, we review at the December board meeting. But Stephanie, what are your thoughts? I just want to make sure from a HEROC or any other perspective.
No, we could just have it as an information item through it, or we could do the report later in the next meeting. It'll be fine.
Perfect. Happy to do that, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. Cameron.
Thanks very much. With respect to risk management, I was just wondering, it's a matter of process and I don't want to dwell on it, but I noticed that some risk factors drop off the list. I'm not used to that in risk analysis. I'm used to risk factors being mitigated, but maintained on the list.
Excellent question. Stephanie or Tony, would either of you be able to comment on that?
Tony, if you want, or I can take it. The risks that are dropped off are risks that are either fully mitigated or I think in last year's, there was a full description of what we had dropped. We very rarely drop them off. I think only 2 or 3 have been dropped off in the entire history of us doing this. And and they are risks that have been fully mitigated, and are no longer considered substantive risks. If you'd like, I can include a more fulsome report on what has been removed, and include that in the next report.
Yeah, I think that might be wise to be able to demonstrate that to our council members. So thank you. Cameron, does that answer your question?
It does. I'm kind of new to the process, so it was just something I noticed right away because I've never seen a risk factor dropped, and it was just something I picked up on.
No, it's an excellent question. Thank you. And I think we always have to be aware that council members do leave and come on, and it's a fluid process, and we can't expect people to sort of have an understanding of what's happened beforehand unless we can demonstrate it. So thank you. Tony, the strategic direction implementation chart update.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Nicholson. We're doing a lot. So, lots of conversation, but lots of work. So the college team, as you can see, has been in development of a number of different initiatives. We've talked about really all of them, I think, today in terms of what's being in development. Happy to answer any questions, but as you know from the robust discussion today, we got a lot on the go to fulfill our strategy. So happy to answer questions, Dr. Nicholson.
Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. We have the set 2026 board election date, 3 seats open. The date for that is March 31st, 2026. Next board meetings have been scheduled for March 26th and March 27th. And those are in-person meetings at the college offices in Toronto, the training day and the board meeting. And proposed next board meeting, we are looking at June 19th as a virtual meeting after that one. And any concerns about that date that we should be aware of? Okay. Not hearing any. We will. Could I have a motion?
Is that
we need
June,
a decision on that.
Sorry, June 19th, 2026?
Yes.
In my calendar, oh, sorry, I'm looking at July. I was thinking it was a Sunday. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. It's been a long day. So, all right. So we need a decision on that. Is that usually done by a vote? I think it's just more a general agreement. Okay. Not hearing anybody complain about June 19th. Okay. So next, there is the HR matter I need to give a brief update on, and that is, if I could have a few minutes of your time to do that. So if I could ask us to, Odessa, move us into camera, or I guess actually end the live stream. For those who've been watching, thank you for your interest and involvement in this process to date. And we can just say goodbye to the staff. Tony, please thank everybody on our account who we don't get to say thank, and all the best.